Hello everybody. My camera is not on yet. I'll turn it on in a minute. I'm kind of waiting for Amber to get here because I gotta
Hello everybody.
Oops, gotta turn my sound off. I take Buddy outside when she gets here, but I don't see her yet, which is kind of odd because I just talked to her a couple hours ago. Huh? 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 Well, while we're waiting, I will show everybody the few pieces that I have done for the auction so far. I guess. Hey, Chevy Fish. GRB high, Lefty high, Phil high, and there's Amber. Yay!
Made it.
Hello.
Hello. I need to find the
We are
chat.
live.
Let's see if I can do this without blowing everyone's eardrums out. How are you?
Good. I'm going to take Buddy outside here in a minute, so then I'll turn on my camera after I get back. But we'll say hi to everybody. Hi, Sharon. Be outside here in a minute. So
Nope.
I'll
Keep the
turn on
chat.
my camera after I get back. I did that too. Hi, Sheila.
I'm bad. I was down in the garage painting the table I picked up on Craigslist and lost track of time. So I'm
What
sorry.
kind of table?
It's a 55 by 13 deep by 36 high. It's like a hall console table, and it has like a solid oak top, and I'm painting the bottom turquoise. It's
Nice.
Gonna put a 20 long on it because of course.
Nice. I did that with my kind of that with my kitchen table. I got like it's just a cheap, it's solid wood, but not an expensive kitchen table. It's like spindle legs and a wood top, wood legs. So it was kind of boring. So I painted the legs and the bottom of the table and I left the top wood, and I painted the legs and the bottom part kind of a seafoam green color.
Right.
It looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm turquoise is one of my favorite colors, teal and turquoise. And I got, bless his heart, Joseph told me I could paint the upstairs. Well, he's better at painting than I am, so he offered to paint the upstairs bathroom for me, and I went with turquoise. And at the paint center on a whim, I was like, wait, this color, this one, I'm switching it. I don't even need to check the paint in the room. I needed to check the paint in the room. So I have an extra gallon of turquoise paint. I'm just like, I'm going to paint everything turquoise. So the vegetable gardens out back, I'm painting the boxes turquoise. Every table and chair that comes into the house the next probably year is going to go turquoise.
Nice.
Yeah. When you need to use up paint, you find uses for it, right?
That's right. Besides that, I like that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And turquoise is a nice color. Yeah, my kitchen table is covered with tanks right now. I need to get a move so I can actually have a kitchen table, but right now it's covered with tanks.
Yeah, I my newest thing is learning that I have someone else in the house, so I'm not allowed to project the way I used to, which is like pulling in a 50-pound bag of dirt in the middle of the kitchen floor and just like repotting it and stopping halfway because I'm hungry, getting food and deciding I'm tired and being like, well, I'll do it tomorrow. I'm having to
Commander Vlogs, hi.
I
was saying hi to Commander Vlogs and hi, Chappie.
I'm so bad at saying hello to people in the chat.
Candy, hi.
Oh, Candy.
Can you throw up on Sam Crick's channel too for anybody that isn't subscribed to him? Now I know most of you know that he passed away this week, but we're trying to get his channel up to 1,000 anyway. So if you haven't subscribed to him, please do.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, it was.
And it definitely makes you realize how like close this community is. Even though I didn't know Nate that well, for me it was almost kind of like losing a neighbor where you're like, oh my god, Chris was like really nice to me when I had interactions with them, and like I was very fond of seeing them. I don't know. it's funny how this community is almost like a little neighborhood of online people.
Ginger says, "Hi Zen, you got my owl." I'm going to show everybody the art really quick, and then I'm going to run Buddy outside and leave the stream on you for a minute. Haha.
Wow.
Hi, Fancy Tail. So hang on just a minute because I'm going to do a screen share thing. And over to there. And I'll open up my Patreon because I know I have them on my Patreon.
Ginger Graves says her dining room table is covered in fish tanks and it's Amish made, so very strong. I feel like if I had more sturdy furniture, I'd probably have more display tanks.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that one.
Okay, so this is one of the drawings that's going to be in the auction. The drawings I'm doing for the auction are just little 4x6s because I don't want to make stuff too expensive. So they're bigger than a card, but not super big. I got some mats and wrappers for them and stuff. So anyway, this is a little fawn in charcoal. And that's for the auction. And this is some horses in colored pencil. And it is for the auction. And this is a American Kestrel in colored pencil.
Are those Belgians?
Is the horses?
Yeah.
No, they're quarter horses actually.
Oh.
They're ranch horses.
Nice.
And an American Kestrel, which is for the auction. And that one, which is for the auction. These are all 4x6s. And I'm going to have at least 2 more. I'm working on some buffalo right now. So there'll be a charcoal for the auction. And this is a card that I did today that Zen Ginger bought. And then there was one more card that's for the auction, but I got to kind of scroll back through stuff to find it.
Oh, wow. It's amazing how much expression you get on the faces.
That's a dog that Ginger bought, and I really like him. The picture is not very good, but that one, she's going to love it when she gets it. And Kiki, and I got everything mailed out yesterday, so everybody will be getting their cards in the mail. And I guess it's on a different page, so I'm not going to worry about it. There's another one of some horses.
Oh, that buffalo. Oh.
But anyway, so that's what I got ready for the auction so far.
I have to say, I have been thoroughly enjoying being your Patreon because even though my addiction to fish and paints prevents me from buying the artwork, I really love getting those emails because I'm like, ooh, and poor Joseph, he'll be doing something. I'm like, look what Pam did. And he's like, oh wow, very nice. Yep. You can stop coming and interrupting what I'm doing. But they are really amazing, and it's a lot of fun.
Mike's here.
He's finally up late enough for a Pam. I feel you, Mike. Pam, I love you, but I'm usually only happy for your streams when I'm in them.
Yeah, well, you should show up because I give away almost every stream. I give away at least 3 little drawings. This time I do not have 3 little drawings to give away. But Wednesday night stream, I got the auction, and I'm going to be giving some cards away too. So,
nice. No, you are so extremely talented.
Can't be Mike. Must have been hacked. That's it, James.
I was actually telling Joseph earlier the number of times I have been woken up by my phone smacking my face, and then I just pull it back to see your Daisy's Race Fish in the Sagittarius. And I was like, oh, that's right. Good night. Yeah. So how's the weather been there? Because
it's getting warmer.
Yeah. Have you had any hot days yet, or is it still?
Yeah, we've had a couple days up to 80, which is hot for here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the weather here, but there have been 2 days where it was 90.
Oh,
Like, oh no, because 2 days
it
later,
Joseph here.
5 at night. I'm like, no, 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 don't do this.
Soggy Pits, hi. Yeah, no, today it was like rainstorms all day and high winds and stuff. But it's spring is definitely here. We usually don't get very many days above 80, even in the middle of the summer. And usually the nights will drop down to like maybe in the middle of summer they'll be down to 50, but most of the time they're at least 40. So I'm kind of high up, so I'm at like 7,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah, Wyoming was driving through it. It kind of felt like it's just a long stretch of road that then wraps up around a mountain that
Yeah,
ends in a weird rock formation, and then there's an exit.
yeah. The weird rock formations are close to me.
Yeah, I had quite the. It was actually one of those storms where they close off the roads except for like essential traffic or something like that.
Yeah, I've been on them many, many times. Yeah.
I was road tripping and Google was only telling me one way, so I was like, "Well, I'm essential," so I just went for it. Entire way up that winding. I remember it was like winding to the right, and it was all 18 wheelers and me in my little Nissan Road, which is even a full size SUV.
Yeah,
And
you
these
probably
guys
went.
are hanging
I
out
think
their
you
windows
probably went
looking
through
down.
Laramie.
Well, they were, all I know is those truckers were amazing because they were literally leaning out their windows, looking ahead, and then being like, okay, you're good to go. Because I couldn't see to pass them and I couldn't lose momentum or I'd be screwed.
Oh, Sheila wants to know if my truck's fixed. No, I went into town Friday for a couple reasons. Number one was, and actually, you guys won't believe me when I say this, but I had this stack of envelopes sitting here that needed to be mailed with everybody's cards and stuff in them. And it makes me feel real guilty because they were sitting here, some of them for 2 weeks. So, and then the other thing was I was out of smoke, so I had to go get tobacco. And then I needed creamer for my coffee, and I thought, well, my truck needed to be fixed. It was squeaking, and I was just going to drive it over to the mechanic when I had the money. But I said, oh, I'll kind of baby it into town and get the stuff at the post office. So I babied it into town, and the squeak got worse after I got into town. So I was like sticking to the side roads and going about 5 to 10 miles an hour, And I stopped and got the tobacco, and then I went to the post office. Well, when I got close to the post office, the squeak turned into a grinding noise
Oh,
with an occasional loud ka-thunk. And I thought, well, this isn't good. So I took the stuff in the post office and I sat out in my truck for a while. And I thought, well, it's not going to make it home. I can't take a chance driving it home like this.
mm-hmm.
So, but I can't leave it in front of the post office because the parking is like 9 to 5:30 there, and I'd get, if it didn't get towed, I'd at least get a parking ticket. Probably would get towed. So Safeway was about 6 blocks away, so I kind of babied it over to Safeway, and then I had to scoot across the main road real quick and turn into their driveway, and I kind of parked it on the far reaches of their driveway and left it. Went in and got some creamer, which I needed anyway, and then used their phone and called a taxi and locked up the truck and took the taxi home. And then, hi, Jason. And then Monday I'll get a tow truck out there. I'll have to take a taxi out there again and have a tow truck take it to the mechanic.
I love that you still got your Pam essentials.
Got what?
Your Pam essentials.
Well, yeah.
Tobacco and creamer.
Just had to leave my truck behind, but I got everything done that I had to get done. So,
Oh, that's funny.
But yeah, so Monday I'll take a taxi out there and meet a tow truck and have him take it to the mechanic. I'll have to call him Monday morning and let him know it's coming in, whether he wants it or not. And then Wednesday night is my Fix My Truck auction. So by the time he gets it fixed, I should have my I should be able to pay for it, I hope. Hi, Veterans Aquatics. Yeah, I'm incognito because I still got to go. I got to take Buddy outside. And then I'm going to turn the camera on when I get back in. I'll warn you guys, my eyes are all red from allergies right now. So,
I mean, that's part of why I have my glasses on, because I can't wear contacts for more than a couple hours because everything's just like, no pollen. And then it's like at the end of the day, you're trying to like pry open these really poopy eyelids to get these like awful contact. No.
oh my God, I was laughing so hard the other night. I was watching the Stephen Colbert show.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually made fun of Laramie, Wyoming. He did. Of Laramie, the little town of Laramie. He brought it up on his show.
That is interesting.
He was talking about how with the demonstrations all over the United States, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and he said, and this would be funny because Jeffro used to always say that I lived in Boise, Idaho. He said it accidentally first, and then it turned into kind of a joke that I lived in Boise instead of Laramie, right? He brought up Boise too, because he was talking about the demonstrations everywhere, and he says even towns like Boise, and he showed, you know, a film clip of the peaceful demonstrations in Boise, and he says there are no black people in that crowd. And then he says, and then you got Laramie, Wyoming. There's demonstrators. There's no black people in Laramie, Wyoming. And then he says, except, and then he shows someone holding up a sign that said, "Come back, kin." And he says, they used to have one guy, but he moved. I'm like, oh my God. Which actually isn't true, because Laramie is a college town. So there is people from everywhere in Laramie.
Mm-hmm. No, Vermont is very similar in that fact, I'd say. They had like 2 demonstrations that were not large, but they were cute. I mean, they had one where it was like a face-to-face with the local police officers, and it was very peaceful. And I'm like, that's nice. I like that there isn't looting. And then one building got spray painted with Black Lives Matter, and I was like, all right, that's reasonable. I don't know. To an extent, I almost kind of feel sheltered living in Vermont because not a lot of discord really happens here. Like when there are protests or things like that, it doesn't really happen in Vermont that often. They aren't that large. Or like we don't get a lot of natural disasters. So in a way, I feel like very sheltered here in my tiny little mountain.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Laramie's just a small town, but like I say, it's a college town, and they got a football team and a basketball team. And when I worked at the convenience store, it was like about 3 blocks away from the college, so the kids would come in all the time.
Nice.
And I had like about 6 football players, and oh God, I don't even know how many of the basketball players had come in and like, Pam, and give me a high five when they came in the door.
For some reason,
routine, you know.
Pam, when you started that story, I thought it was going to go very differently. I'm like, what is she about to say?
Oh no.
Oh Lord.
But they were always very nice.
That's always fun. In college, there were a number of places in town that we just kind of frequented, mainly because the people were cool. So that can make a big difference.
Yeah, I got a lot of the college kids in there at night. I worked like 3 to 11. I'd get a lot of them in there.
Yeah.
And they all knew me.
It sounds kind of like in high school. So I wasn't one of the kids at all. I did not party. I just kind of kept to myself and like drove around with my friends. And none of us wanted to go home at night half the time. And we didn't want to go out and really spend money or drink or like go do something stupid at someone's house. So we're like, what can we do? We can hang out at the local gas station that's open 24/7.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah.
We were the only place in town that was open 24 hours a day.
Yeah, same. Yep. It's a Maple Fields gas station, and they always had really good coffee. and hot dogs and taquitos. And one of the ladies that worked there was really, really friendly and really nice to us. She was very like, I think she liked us because even though we were high school kids, like the worst we do is sit there for hours and like occasionally swear while we were talking. We really didn't cause trouble. One kid in the group was a smoker. So every once in a while, Annie would sneak out and have a cigarette around the corner. 17, like almost legal to buy them. But no, they would make like extra taquitos and hot dogs.
Yeah, I would always try to like sneak out and have a cigarette between customers, but I very seldom got to finish one because we were always fairly busy. But then some of the kids would just come and stand by me and visit, say, "Finish your cigarette, we'll wait." You know?
How many years did you work there? It seems like you worked on all pieces.
About 3 years. That was the last job I had before I quit working. I went back to doing my art.
Did you ever try Etsy with your art? I'm curious.
I did, but I didn't really do that good on it because my art's kind of expensive for Etsy.
That's fair. But I mean, part of the issue with Etsy also can be people finding your stuff. I ran a shop on there selling miniatures, clay miniatures that I needed for like 2 years. And part of the problem I had was reaching customers.
Yeah.
I'm curious because you are wildly talented. Like, I don't know. I can spend.
Yeah, Etsy really didn't do too much for me, so I didn't really keep it up for, I think I did it for maybe 6 months, something like that.
Yeah, it can be tricky. I'm curious, are your rice fish regularly spawning for you?
I have to like pull, like purposely do it because I have to pull the eggs out so they don't eat the fry.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done it for a while, but I do need to get some more started. And thank you, Priscilla, for the $20.
Oh, I'm way behind on chat somehow. I didn't even know Priscilla was in here. Priscilla is another very, very talented artist. You both, like, maybe it's just because I can spend an hour and be like, oh, it's a masterpiece. It looks just like the person. And it's like a very good version of the Hangman. Like it's nothing impressive at all. That's not true. I can draw a really good deer and a really interesting deer-shaped dog, and that's it.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I know. I need to get some more rice fish going. I just haven't gotten any babies going for a while. I should do
Are
it
they
when I
spawning
get off
for you
the
every
stream. I'm
morning?
thinking about it. Hi, Rack. How are you?
Are they still working every morning?
Oh yeah.
Nice. What else? Now, it seems like a lot of the stuff you have just kind of breed regularly. What all do you have that's breeding like frequently? I'm just curious.
Well, I don't know. Not right now. Not a lot because I gotta like get everything set up again. My Farloellas were breeding regularly, but they're in a temporary tank right now because their tank broke.
Ooh.
And I was breeding Chopre Danios regularly, but I lost them when the tank broke, most of them. And the same thing with the Kabodi Rasboras. I lost all of them.
No.
And I got the rice fish are still breeding. And I've got, when I want to breed some great fin barbs, I can, but I got to do like tank hopping with them to get the babies. And I haven't done it for a while, so yeah. And then of course I got Endlers, which always breed. I took most of them to the pet store to kind of start the tank over again because it was getting way, way overcrowded.
What kind of Endlers?
I forget what they're called. They are like a straight line. They aren't crossbred with anything.
Nice. I've actually been having a lot of fun breeding endlers lately. I got some of Lucas's tiger endlers a while back, and I was like, I don't feel right breeding bees and selling the babies, but I could breed them with other things and create new things. And that's kind of what, like, I have 3 tanks behind me that are like my project tanks that I'm looking at right now. So, no, endlers and guppies are surprisingly satisfying. The yard right now, we have, oh goodness, there's 800-gallon stock tubs and like, I want to say 14 and 15 20-gallon stock tubs and beer totes, not including the ones I haven't picked up from Overshown yet. I hope Joseph isn't listening. If you're listening, it's more thing. So I'm thinking live bears and those. Any suggestions, or like anyone in the chat have any suggestions for various live bears that might do well? Because at this point, I'm open to suggestions. I just want to breed things in totes.
How big are tubs? How big are your tubs?
8 of them are 110 gallons, and the rest are, yeah, I'm excited for those. I'm gonna do pond lilies in those.
Nice.
Big pond lily in each one. I want my yard to look nice, but also be functional.
Yep.
So I will say, the looking nice thing has led to like, I don't know if I told you about this, Pam, but I am in my own like personal deep competition with all of the old guys in the neighborhood that like have these really nice lawns, and you just know that they spend part of their retirement like manicuring.
Oh yeah.
And ours, when we moved in this poor house, a lot of work done to it, and a lot of work that needs to be mainly in the yard. So it looks like the last people had a lot of dogs that just burned out the grass because a lot of like dead patches. And seeing everyone else's lawn and having Joseph suggest or like mention how his stepdad used to like maintain their yard, something in me was triggered, and I was like, I have to have the best lawn. I need to meet all these old guys at their own game. I've been like mowing regularly. I got this like seed fertilizer, I don't remember what the third thing is, mix that was like suggested for our area. And since I put it down, every morning I go to the window like a little kid, Christmas Day, hoping for snow. Like I'm looking at the lawn just like grow. Does it look different? Yesterday, I'm looking at Joseph, I'm like, it looks fuller. I think it does. And he just kind of looks at me like, oh, it's been 5 days.
I have always been a deer. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah. Ozzy says, Pam, did you turn into a deer? And I said, I've always been a deer.
Have you always had the deer?
I've always been a deer.
Oh,
DEAR. Yeah, right.
Oh, gotcha. I'm like, wait a minute.
That one went shoot right over the head.
It usually does. That's the thing. It's so embarrassing. But like, I'm pretty sure before he moved in with me, Joseph thought I was smart. Or at least had some level of real intelligence. But since he's moved in there, but a number of things have happened where I look at him and the look in his face is just like, oh, Amber. Or the number of times he shakes, like that video he did of us rock collecting. I didn't realize how absolutely ridiculous I am until he filmed me and put it online. And then I was like, oh, I used a rock to bash pieces of rock off. Like, I really wanted. There was one boulder that had a chunk off. I don't know if you saw the video, but we went and collected hardscape. And there was this one boulder that was really cool, and it had like a crack in it. And there was a kind of smallish big rock next to it, but I didn't pick that up. So I proceeded to pick that rock up and repeatedly throw it against the crack and bash pieces off, not realizing that he was actually filming me the entire time as I'm like dripping sweat and just like ruining this while I squeal. I wanted it because I wanted it.
my God.
No, that is forever on the internet. And it scares me the number of things that I feel like are going to also be on the internet.
Oh my God, that brought a story to mind.
You share.
Well, it was when I was working at Safeway in Portland, and I was assistant manager at the deli. So the guy came in that oh, but he's got to go outside. I'll tell it when I get back. I gotta run him outside real quick. So you have to just wait a minute and keep talking. Tell people about plants or something.
Tell people about plants. Just do whatever.
what you have breeding, that kind of stuff.
Right now, I don't have actually a ton breeding. Everything's kind of getting reset, but I have been getting more and more into the epistos, which that should be a lot of fun. Mike said he took the kids rock collecting after seeing that. Did you film that, Mike? That would have been fun to see.
You know what you could put in one of your tubs, that if you have some or could find some like semi-adult like peppercorns. Put like 3 to 5 out in your tub with whatever else you put out there, and I'll bet you by the end of the summer you'll have some babies.
That's a good idea. I didn't even think of doing Corey's out there. I have some in one of the Lilemia things. I have skunk Corey.
But I think peppercorns would do good because they like cool water, and possibly like the little pygmy cories might do well breeding out in a tub too. Because if you just leave them alone, they'll colony breed if you got a lot of plants in the tub.
See, listening to your dog, I keep wanting to call him Duke because his whine sounds exactly like my parents' old dog Duke. So if I randomly like say like, "Oh, Duke," I mean, buddy, your dog. I'm just stupid.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta take him out.
Okay.
Go outside, buddies. Come on.
My guppies in a pond. See, that's one thing I thought. I do kind of want to do that in one of the bigger totes. And I would need to talk to Joseph about it, obviously. But, like, I think it might be cool to take, like, 20 mixed female guppies and anglers and, like, 10 males and just throw them off in the tub and see what happens. I'm very curious to see what ridiculous hodgepodge mix I would get out of that. I don't know. Moonstone says she has an amazing colony of mutt guppies from Lucas, and everyone's growing. Yes, you need a tub. Everyone needs yard tubs. I have been having so much fun lately. So, okay. So I found pretty much all the tubs that there are to find in my town at places that sell things that can be utilized to grow fish in yards. So Tractor Supply, I got two actually, 300-gallon Rubbermaid stock tubs, but they haven't dropped off yet because they'll hold them for up to 3 months if you pay. And I don't have the space yet. Those are going to go in the garage. And they also had 100-gallon stock tubs, but then Abashan Hardware has 19-gallon beer tubs for like $14, and I got a bunch of those. Ace Hardware has 17-gallon beer tubs, which are nearly the same ones as Abashan. They're just like a slightly different blue there, and it's nice. Home Depot has 18-gallon concrete mixing tubs that are like low and long, and if you're in the shade, you can use those. And then Walmart, at Walmart, they have 17-gallon beer tubs, and those were actually the best deal because those were like $5 a piece. And they only had 3 left, so I could only get 3. But yeah, that's what I've been doing with totes and tubs. You can find them everywhere. You just have to look for them. Yeah, no. I'm also thinking for the tubs, I've never really been a huge fan of patties or swordtails. I don't know. I never got into them. That might be interesting to try out there. But I am wondering if those are prone to eating their fry. Because certain colonies of guppies and endlers, I've struggled with them eating their fry. Other ones seem to be fine. I don't know if anyone has experience with that, but if anyone does, and you want to pipe in, or Mike Fish Tank Burn, if you're still here, you want to Facebook Joseph or myself. Any suggestions you have on libraries or pub ideas, like you know your stuff. So, ooh, Target. I didn't try Target. Oh, well, Chevy Fish. That's So they're the same black Ursula Lilinian. Okay. I still have that colony of T-Rays from you. I could potentially split it up and throw half of those. I was also thinking about lesser killies. I don't know what anyone thinks of that. Just stop messaging me. You're in the other room. Stop it. All of the Lilinias, Priscilla, if you send me more, I will read them. But Fish Whisperer Miles suggested Barb. That is one thing I was thinking of, but I'm not really familiar with Barb. Honestly, they're one of the nano community schoolers that I haven't worked with, mainly because I find them to be very nippy with other fish. Maybe some species aren't, but overall, in my experience, they're very like darty, like a Danio, which can stress other fish, but they tend to be like nippy, and they have to get larger. And I keep carrying nano tanks, but I could potentially do like a group of cherry barbs. Those tend to be pretty chill. I don't know. Lots of space and lots of planning. Carrie, I'm talking about tubbing, summer tubs, and what I want to put in it. I'm also thinking Danios. I don't know if anyone in the chat wants to chime in, but I think Danios would also do well. I don't know, just a hunch. I have some pygmy spotted raspberry downstairs, a nice big group that I would love to try outside. These guys tend to not eat their eggs. Ham, it sounds like you're struggling.
Me?
Yeah, they're just like rustling the sound of metal. I'm like, oh dear. Red panda barbs, Odessa barbs, cherry barbs, metal barbs, gold barbs, albino tinfoil barbs, all the barbs. Scott's Aquatic, Scott Pothos. Yes. Everyone needs pothos. It is an excellent plant. And I dare say it is extremely underrated despite how popular it is. That's how spectacular it is. Though I will say, I recently got my first Hoya. I don't know if I can single it. I don't know if that. Where's my camera angle? Oh, higher, Amber. There it is. Hoya. And empty fish tanks that are going to be used for breeding. But I finally got my first Hoya, and I'm very excited for that.
Nice.
It seems to be one of those plants that a lot of people have, and I've just never tried it. But also, I don't know if anyone in the chat is able to chime in. Dan Slee's here. Dan, I have a Ficus benjamina that when I moved her, she started shedding her leaves, and everyone said that would happen, but now she's balding, and she's continuing to shed leaves. So if anyone in the chat knows what to do about a Ficus benjamina, it's like a midnight wintergreen variety. I don't know, but
a ficus?
Yes, she's doing horribly. I have
Ficus? ficus do not like to be moved.
No,
So
they know it.
it's normal when you get one and get it home for it to shed leaves. Just leave it alone. Don't move it again. Just let it get used to its spot. It should come back. But they don't, even to be moved from like room to room, they'll shed leaves. They don't like to be moved.
Yeah, she's real unhappy. And I have a ficus Ollie in the bedroom that's doing great. And like, I have a kaffir lime tree over here that was just like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't mind the move. But that one over there, just every 5 minutes, I hear a leaf fall. And I'm like, no, you need them all. Stop it. You're almost bald.
Yeah, Dan agrees with me. Yeah, ficus don't like to be moved. That's one of the things about them is they do not like to be moved.
No, but she's scaring me because I also in the move lost my lemon tree.
Nancy, hi, Crystal, hi, Science Gal, Sandy, hi, Fish Loft, hi. I probably missed a whole bunch of people.
Candy, if you want silver pothos and you messenger me your address, I will send you some rooted clippings. I actually have some propagating downstairs.
Hey, Big D.
Yeah, I know, and I'm probably just being a worrywart about the ficus, but I don't know. I love my plants and my trees especially.
Yeah, you might try like misting it once a day might help, but mostly they don't like to be moved, and it's going to drop some leaves for a little while.
It's so sad. It just looks so sad. I don't know, something about plants that you have to like pick up and carry and like give a shower to. You almost like get more attached to those plants, or at least I do. Aw, Candy, after everything you've done for like
everybody,
yeah, and especially Mr. like 2 years of Top Chat, we can send you some silver pothos. Oh. Chappie is having a karaoke night. Oh my.
Oh, they must have opened the bars back up. I know he was missing the karaoke nights.
Oh, yes, Joseph. So, am I allowed to tell them what's going on downstairs? Is that a secret?
Uh-oh. Secrets.
He has a laboratory now. He already had the space, but then he moved in, saw the level of like quality I was doing with the paint job down there. Because I am not a painter. I do not enjoy the like you have to take everything off and then you have to like clean it, keep stuff, and just that's not how I like to do a project. I like to just throw everything down and start my project. I don't like there to be any like, well, wait, you have a lot of prep to do first. Because I'm just excited to get the new color on the wall. Like there is 12 by 14 inch square in our bathroom that's bright turquoise because we got home with the paint and I was like, I need to look at it. I want to see it on the wall. Yeah, it was not well done. There was more paint on the floor than there's any level of justification for.
Oh no.
Well, I get like a few minutes into painting and then I'd get frustrated and be like, maybe I'll have a drink. And then I'd call like Haley or Jess shrimp graining and they would encourage that behavior further. So I'd have like little painting parties with myself down in the basement and accomplish next to nothing except drinking a lot of it. And then he had moved in and I was like, I want to finish the basement. I don't want you to see it until I'm done. And there was one day I was down there trying to paint the cabinets. And I had a full-blown meltdown, Pam. I threw a screwdriver into the next room. I sat on the floor and cried. He's at the top of the stairs like, it's okay. I love you. It's going to be okay. I can help. I'm like, you don't understand. I wanted it to be pretty for you. He went down there and kicked butt and is building basically like it's a laminar flow hood, so it's like an enclosed box area to do microscopying in because he
Yeah.
wants to get into tissue culture cloning for aquatic
Well,
plants.
he should get together with Jason with Redfish Bluefish because he's got a whole sanitary, like sterile thing set up with a fan that sterilizes everything and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what a laminar flow hood. Did I say it wrong, Joseph? I don't think I said it wrong. That's what a few people have said. And he also found another gentleman, Aquaman, not man, but Maine. It's just kind of fantastic. Has been helping him a lot with like figuring out where to get started. But he's a mad scientist. I told him literally, and when I saw what he was doing in the basement with like building a little like sanitary, what I was just like, animating things or reanimating things that can walk. Like, this is not going to be that type of laboratory. I don't want to come down one day and hear like heavy breathing and just see eyeballs. Like, no.
If you hear violin music, you'll know you're in trouble.
Right? He keeps making jokes about Audrey too from Little Shop of Horrors. I'm like, don't you dare. Oh. But that's the thing, is I'm me. So even if it was a plant that was going to potentially murder me, I would still fall in love with it and name it. I mean, so
Yeah, Joseph, you need to get a hold of him because he's got like recipes for the different plants and stuff to get them started for the gel stuff. And yeah,
he has the, well, that actually sounds like exactly what Joseph has been looking for. Um, no, I have a problem, Pam. I have a problem when it comes to falling in love with critters and naming them. We have bunnies in the backyard, and I've been making them salads.
oh no.
And there's a chipmunk, and well, there was one chipmunk that I saw in the front yard, and immediately went and got some walnuts and sunflower seeds from the pantry. And then I bought cracked corn at the store. Um, and you know, that's how you know when your partner loves you, is when you're in the store buying something unnecessary for a wild animal, which is something he does not condone at all because he knows at some point you're going to lure it into the house and it's going to be like your other pet. Like, he knows that's what's going to happen. And he still just shook his head and kind of frowned at me a little bit. Really doing this? But so yeah, I have a monk. And my plan is to get it, because everywhere I live, I make friends with the monks outside, and I'll give them like little treats and show them that I'm cool. And then eventually I'll set up like a sand bath that they'll obviously use because that's what they do. They love that, and it helps them stay cool in the summer. But if you put diatomaceous earth in it, it actually kills any mites and fleas they might have. So then you can bring them into your house. And I am not saying you should ever make a wild animal a pet. That's not what I'm saying. But if you make friends with one and like leave your door open, they can come in and say hello and then go as you please. It's not making it a pet. It's just getting in touch with nature. Point is, I have a monk and bunnies. And now Brown and Knoll from Florida, because I bought houseplants at Home Depot that I was repotting the other night, and this tiny little lizard like jumped down from the table and ran across the floor, and I had Joseph catch it. And I set up a terrarium and bought fruit fly cultures. So now I'm like, well, now we have a little immigrant gecko.
Nice.
And it's one of those things where I keep saying to Joseph, I'm really glad you're here, because nobody would believe you if you weren't.
Yeah, when I lived on Cape Cod, there was a lot of chipmunks in the yard and squirrels, and I had bird feeders set up, but I used to like sit real quietly in the yard with a little dish in my hand full of like bird seed and nuts and stuff, and the chipmunks would come eat out of my hand.
Yeah, my grandpa, growing up, I spent most of my time when I was very young, living with my grandfather, and he had a camp on Lake Champlain. And every morning he would go down. It was really cute, actually. He would go down to the beach and he would rake the beach perfectly, like down the middle. So he would have this bank of like seaweed and shells that was basically the fence along the beach to keep the neighbor kids on their own side.
Oh no.
It was like this tall towards the end of the season, just seaweed and shells. He was such a jerk. And then he'd go in the water and rake because I hated wearing water shoes and I would always cut my feet on avalanche shells. So he would have to go in and rake for me. And then when he was done, he would throw cracked corn down on the beach and sit there. And towards the end of the summer, he would have like 5 or 6 mother ducks and all their ducklings and like a bunch of chipmunks where he could just walk down to the beach and do like a kissing noise and all these critters would just emerge. It was magical. So I blame him for my fixation with befriending wild animals because
Yeah. When I lived on
it was
Cape
like a magic trick though. Like you could literally just do the little like and all these chipmunks would pop up. And if there were any ducks on the dock, they would literally do their like waddle run.
yeah.
So I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Oh no, that's okay. When I lived on Cape Cod, I decided one morning, it was a Saturday morning, and I decided to take Megan on one of the seal cruises where they take a boat out to the sandbars and stuff, and you get to get up close to all the seals and the babies and stuff, right? So we got down there about 11 o'clock in the morning, and they were booked solid for the whole day. There was no way. So she was really disappointed, and I was disappointed. Well, right next door, there was another place that had boat rides where they would take you out to one of the islands. And they would leave you there for however long you wanted to stay there and then pick you up at a specified time, whatever time you said to come back and get you. So I decided to do that instead, so we'd at least have a day out. So we went on the boat. I told him it was about noon by that time. I told him to come back about 6 o'clock and get us, and we'd be on the beach for him, right? So it was kind of nice because there was nobody there. So we had this long stretch of sandy beach to ourselves and stuff. And I was sitting kind of up on the bank reading a book. And I looked up and Megan was down close to the shoreline. And she was like about 8 or 9 years old. And she was making a sandcastle, right? And she hadn't even noticed, but around her, like she's sitting like close to the edge of the water and she's building a sandcastle all absorbed in it. And out in the water in a half moon shape around her were seals watching her. Like they would get up out of the water to where they were like halfway out of the water and stare at what she was doing and then drop back down again. And it was like a semicircle around her of seals in the water watching every move she made building that sandcastle.
That's neat.
It was actually pretty awesome. So it was kind of a different kind of seal watching.
It's sometimes it's amazing how intelligently curious animals can be. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Being an animal person, sometimes I forget.
Hey, Aquaman.
Like,
okay, good night, Mike.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, night, Mike. Yeah, if you have any suggestions on anything for the tubs, please let me know. I'm always very, very curious what people with a lot of experience have to say for that.
Now, I tried tubs one summer, but it didn't work out for a couple reasons. Number one was it really gets too cold here at night all summer long. And I had Kubota rasboras and some plants, and I had some Cory cats in this tub, in a 100-gallon tub. And there was babies when August was rolling around. I could already see some babies in the tub. But I looked at the upcoming weather, and the next week, night times were going to get below freezing. First week of August, the nighttime temperatures were going to be around 30 degrees. So I had a few days, so I ordered a big heater off of Amazon real quick so I could drop it in the tub and keep it from dropping down too low at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the cold weather was supposed to start Monday night. And I was working, and I checked my phone. I had the notice that my package was there. So I was all right. As soon as I get home, I'm going to go drop that heater out in that tub because it's going to get cold tonight. And I got home, and I opened up the box, and they sent me vacuum cleaner bags.
Yeah.
Sure. They
Why
sent me vacuum cleaner
rely
bags.
on Amazon?
Yeah. So by the time I got it straightened out and got the heaters, it was too late. I'd already lost the babies. The adults did fine though, but I didn't. None of the fries survived that. And then the other reason that I decided not to do it anymore is about once a month here, the county goes by with a truck at night spraying for mosquitoes. And they go right by my yard with these big arches of spray coming out of both sides of the truck, covering my yard. So I decided it just is not a good thing.
It's amazing, just like side thing, but it is amazing what one bat box in a yard will do to a mosquito population. My great aunts at their house have a ton of community boxes for bats. You know, the little, well, maybe I'll explain for other people. It's basically like a wooden box with no bottom, and then within it, it has multiple pieces of wood that create little slats. So you have like a 1 inch to 2 inch space where the bats can like fly up in and hang out. That's what the bat house is. And they have so many in their yard, and I swear there's like no mosquitoes on their property.
Oh
Their
yeah,
bugs are really
bats. Yeah, on Cape Cod, everybody had bat boxes up on the very tops of their eaves and stuff.
But you can't go on the widow's walk at night, Pam, because they'll get like right near because they're blind. As long as you don't move, you're not going to get hit. But it's hard to stand still when you're and it like flutters by you, and you're like, oh god, no.
I'll never forget one time I was out camping and there was a lot of bats flying around, and it was just right at dusk, and there was bats flying around everywhere, and I saw an albino bat. That's the only time in my life I've ever seen one. It was kind of awesome.
That sounds kind of awesome. Albino animals in general are kind of cool because, especially when they're in a group, they just look like they're glowing.
Yeah. Well, it definitely stood out from the crowd.
Kind of like my parents' house, they had a piebald deer for many years.
Oh yeah, I've seen them before too. Yeah.
They're so pretty. And they're also really easy to see. So I'm amazed that thing lasted as many years as it did.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of like white moose and stuff too that are pretty cool.
Moose in general are just cool because they're one of those animals where like pictures does not do them justice until you actually see a full like bull.
They are big. They are big.
I remember the first time I saw one, it was a cow and her two calves, and I was with my grandpa, and we were in a truck, and they went trotting up the road by the truck, and I swear she was like taller than the truck, and I just
they're big. Elk are bigger than you think too, unless you get up close to one.
Mm-hmm. And deer are somehow smaller.
They're big.
But for me, at least personally, deer, I've always been like, as a child, once I actually got up close to them, I was like, I thought you'd be like taller. They always seem taller.
But moose are the #1 man killer in North America.
Oh yeah, they are.
They kill more people every year than any other animal.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not even the bulls, it's a cow.
Yeah, well, both of them, either one of them, because they're big and they are very They're bad-tempered and very unpredictable.
I think the statistic is like for every 20 moose attacks, there's one bear, bobcat, and like everything else you can find combined.
Yeah. Yeah. Moose are mean. You
Kind
don't
of
want to mess around with moose.
like hippos. People don't realize in Africa, the number one,
Oh
like,
yeah, the number one killer. Yeah, the number one killer in Africa is the hippo.
and people think it's like, think of what Africa has out all of the cats, hyenas, wild dogs. Nope, hippos.
Alligators. Yeah.
The thing that Disney puts in a tutu for vintage is like the ultimate killing machine. Yeah, somebody.
I have heard about more than one person who was playing, and actually, I watched my dad do it one time. Get charged by a moose and duck behind a tree, and as the moose is like circling the tree looking for you, you gotta keep circling the tree, keep the tree in between you and the moose. I watched my dad do that one time when I was a kid and we were in Yellowstone. And he saw a cow moose and decided to get some pictures of it. So he walked away from the car. And yeah, he was like dodging between the trees because it was after him. They are not something you want to mess around with.
No, definitely not. I've never been chased by one, but I have had one like I don't even think he knew I was there, but when I was hiking, this was college, I was hiking in Stowe and I kept hearing this noise and I was like, is that like what is that? It was this weird low, like, I'm not even gonna try to mimic it, but it was this weird low, like long, drawn out, huffy grunt noise. And I was like, what in the hell is that? And then I just heard like I thought it was a friggin' horse at first. I didn't know what it was. And I heard the branches breaking and I turned and it was like a good 30 feet along the side of me. But this giant friggin' bull went charging through and it was just one of those moments of like, wow, that's a powerful animal. Because as far away as I was, like you could feel the ground and like just see the friggin' muscles on that thing. I'm so glad I'm not in front of it. Oh my God. Going back to campus now. And then I went back and I was like, I was beside you guys. There's moose. God.
Yeah, I had a couple of my friends were out hiking. They were going up this trail, and up ahead of them, they saw a cow moose in the trail. So they left the trail and went up on the hillside above the trail, got past the moose, and then dropped back down again. And Billy said, well, everything would have been fine except his friend. Once they dropped back on the trail again, and the moose wasn't paying no attention to him, and they had bypassed it and everything. And his friend like yelled at the moose like, ha ha, we got past you. And the cow moose's head came up and she charged him. And Billy said he was in a tree for like 45 minutes waiting for her to leave. He was kind of mad.
I think the closest, in my mind, the closest call I ever had was as a kid with a rabid raccoon that had me up on the roof of my granddad's truck because I jumped in the bed and the little it was on the tire, like trying to jump up in the bed of the car. So I scrambled on the toolbox, then scrambled on the roof, and I was trying to get the antenna off, screaming my lungs out when he came out of the house. And Shot, it was just like, Amber, you don't climb from animals, get away from animals that climb. Kind of like, and that was the point in time at which he had to like explain to me that once again, what do you do when a bear is chasing you, Amber? Why would you think a raccoon is not going to climb for you and wants to get you?
I like raccoons though.
Rabid animals are terrifyingly aggressive.
Oh yeah, I saw a rabid raccoon one time in my backyard in Texas, and it was just like I know there was something. If it wasn't rabies, there was something else wrong with it because it was like running in a circle.
What was it out?
The circle got tighter and tighter and tighter, and then it just like fell over.
But was it daytime?
It was right at dusk.
Because usually when it's daytime, they're out. You're just like, well, yeah, there's
Yeah,
something.
no, this was right. This was right at dusk, and there was definitely something wrong with it. And
Century.
I called the police department, and they said to call animal control. And I called animal control, and they said, well, they wouldn't send anybody out. I needed to call the police department, and da 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 da. So I finally got one of my neighbors to come over and shoot it because it was not okay. There was definitely something really wrong with it.
Mm. One time in
And
New York,
the thing was, it wasn't afraid of me at all, not even a little
that's
bit.
not good.
It's like
Yeah, that's the thing. Like wild animals, when they're not afraid of you, it's not good because either somebody's been feeding it like real hard, or it's
sick.
yeah. Because
And
like
this guy was definitely sick.
even being me, like I just admitted, I feed wild
Oh,
chickens.
oh my God, though, I got to tell you about and I know some of the people in chat have heard this because I've told it before because it's one of my favorite stories.
I love pet
And
stories.
you might have heard this before yourself, but I'm going to tell it again anyway. When I lived in the Dalles, Oregon, I raised rabbits. And my sister-in-law wanted a pet rabbit. So I picked out a nice baby for her. It was like a white with black spots. It was pretty cute. And she loved it. She named it George. And they had like a cyclone fence around their yard, and she just put like a little doghouse out there for it and stuff, and it ran around their yard. It had the little doghouse to go into when it was raining.
Mm-hmm.
And she had it about 3 years. And she called me one day, and she said, Pam, she says, you're going to have to come take back George. And I said, what? Why? Because George was her pet, and she loved him, right? And she said, well, she says, there's a lot of skunks in the neighborhood, and I'm afraid that George is going to breed with the skunks. And I said, Linnell, skunks and rabbits won't breed. And she says, oh, yes, they will. I said, no, Linnell, they won't breed. And she says, no, I was listening to the radio, and they were talking about the trouble that they were having in Portland with the rabbit skunks.
Oh.
See,
this is why it's embarrassing. Yes, everyone who thought that I actually had any brain power, no. I make the joke that's not actually a joke all the time. I'm like a golden retriever. I'll try really hard and I'm capable of learning.
Yeah, I like that story. It took me a minute. It was like, I was like, what? And then I was like, oh my dear God.
You hear the little tick, 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 ding. Like,
yeah.
It's late. I'm using the excuse that it's late. Past my bedtime, Pam. Oh my God. But
Jesse says he had to look it up the last time I told it.
I got it eventually. My brain just needed it.
Well, like I said, when she said it took me like a minute too. I was sitting there, what? Rabbit skunks. And then it dawned on me, and I was like, oh God. Yeah.
I feel like I need to just have one of those little like loading signs for like when things are processing. There have been a few times where Joe's just staring at me expectantly, and I'm like, I'm thinking. It's like, I don't understand.
It's like my daughter Jessica. We were out camping, and we had some friends with us, and we were sitting around the campfire, and everybody was telling blonde jokes. So I told a blonde joke, which was, how do you make a blonde laugh? Or no, it was how do you make a blonde laugh on Sunday? Tell him a joke on Friday. And everybody kind of laughed, and and about 5 minutes later, we're sitting around the fire, and Jessica goes, "Oh, I get it."
Oh my God. That is too perfect. That is too perfect. Kind of like I was on the phone with one of my friends recently, and she said something, and I'm like, your poor child. Like, what is that kiddo gonna do with your genes? And she's just like, oh, I'm gonna mess my kid up. And in the background, I hear the kiddo being like, don't go in my room. And it's like, oh my God, what is your child hiding in their room? Oh, no, it's funny when things like that. Yeah. Kind of like, was it recently? Another friend's father. I don't even remember what it was, but he was kind of giving me crap, and then he was like, don't worry about it. Usually I like to go toe to toe with someone who's actually a match. Meaning, like, I wasn't smart enough. But it took me like a minute, man. And this gentleman was just standing there, like, watching me, like, when is this dumb broad gonna get it? And I'm like, I don't. Oh, like, you mean. And he just, like, and turns around and walks away. I was like, your dad's a jerk. Go be dumb. It's not my fault. No, but to the raccoon thing, I was going to say, there was one time in New York, and this made me laugh so hard at the time, and it still does, because I was in Central Park, and there's a friggin' raccoon in the middle of the day out on it was the North Lawn, out on the green, and it's literally just stumbling around like a drone. And there's this crowd of like 30 people with their phones out, like slowly descending upon it and getting closer and closer and closer until they're all like 10 feet away from it, filming and being like, oh my God, look at the raccoon. This one old guy on a park bench near me is like, they dumb and somebody's going to be bit. It's just like, what? I'm going to settle in for this. I'm like, God. But he wasn't wrong. It was amazing. Like, living in the city, you have no fear of wild animals. You're just like, oh my God, take pictures. I'm like, no, it's rabbit. It's rabbit. And even if it wasn't, leave it alone.
We had like
squirrel. A raccoon's a lot worse than a squirrel.
I had a alert thing go off on my phone one day when I was at work downtown here by the college, and the alert went off, and it said if you're anywhere near, and they gave a street and a cross street, they said get your animals put away and avoid the area because there was a cougar spotted, right? Shit, they put that alert out, and half the town jumped in their cars and went running over there to see if they could find it. People.
mean, cougars are pretty cool, though. Vermont at one point had mountain lions, catamount. I'm not sure if they were the same, if they are the same thing as a puma or a mountain lion. I don't know.
It's the same thing.
I'm pretty sure it's
pumas or mountain lions or cougars.
It's a big cat. It's a big
cat. And they're all the same.
They thought we didn't have them anymore, but like 3 years ago, somebody took pictures of one on a nearby mountain, and within like a week, they had to close everything down to the public because they're like, well, if we have them, y'all are going to scare them off because you're coming here in droves.
Yeah, that's basically what happened in town. Like everybody jumped in their cars and went looking for it. And then the alarm went off 2 more times during the night. But, dude, working by myself, I'd take the garbage out, which was behind the building in a dark alleyway.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to until I knew where that cougar was, right? I don't want to go walking out in the dark when there's a cougar somewhere in town, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I decided I would wait. until one of the guys got there that was taken over when I left. And sure as shit, the next place it was spotted was on the street right behind the alley where our dumpster was. Like right there.
Oh.
Right there. That was the next place it was spotted.
Oh. Yeah, no.
I'm no dummy.
I like to think I'm all like, nah, I know it'd be fine. They're, these animals are probably watching us all the time. We don't know about it. It's not good. But at the same time, I'm just a normal person who's like, I don't want to be eaten that way. Like, I don't want to go to that.
Cougars will kill a few people. The thing with cougars is if they can attack you without you seeing them, they will. If you spot them, they usually will leave.
So like
I had a friend that did a lot of hiking by himself up in the mountains. And he did something that was really ingenious when you think about it. He sewed 2 eyes on the back of his backpack. So that the eyes were on his back.
A lot of Thai cultures, they have, or Asian cultures where they are collecting in fields the hats. They'll actually have hats where the back of the hat is like a mask face, so that when they're working, it looks like there's actually a face, because tigers, it's a thing for tigers too.
Yeah, cougars will, if they can sneak attack you, they will, and they can kill you. But if they think that you have spotted them, 99% of the time they will leave because they're a predator. They don't want to get hurt. They want a good meal, but if an animal that's as big as them spots them, they aren't going to attack it. But if they can sneak attack you, they will.
Yeah, I don't know what. Kind of like the whole new rise of the Tiger King popularity. All these other people who are very, well versed, and some of these people are legitimate professionals who know what they're doing, and they built a bond in a relationship with the animals they work with. But it's still, for me, every time I see like one of those keepers like wrestling with his lion or something, my brain's just like, oh, someday something's gonna go horribly.
It can, yeah, it can.
Well, the thing is, I worked for years, a few years, at a reptile rescue in New York, working with specifically monitor lizards, the branids. Monitors are the same thing. You can get a bite, a tiny little bite, that will pretty much destroy your ability to use your hand. Just as a
their mouth has so much bad bacteria and stuff in it, it poisons you.
And their teeth are razor sharp, like a little warning swipe. Like I know a gentleman who had a blue-throated monitor, and it turned its head fast and caught him just right with its tooth and severed ligaments, tendons, his hand. I mean, he had to have 4 surgeries, and it was an accident.
Yeah.
So, for me, it reaches a point where, like, when an animal is so capable of being dangerous, I feel like you have to handle it with a lot more respect.
Oh, yeah.
People do, which is why I don't typically condone a lot of larger exotics being kept as pets, because I feel like there's just too much that could go wrong on either end.
Yep. This is very true.
But this is also coming from someone who was raised in a house where we had rescue fox. My grandpa had like an entire group of rescued fox in the yard, and they'd come in the house, and they were very cool. But that's also
the fox are pretty cool.
But they pee on everything. They pee on everything to claim it. They'll pee on their food, Pam. They'll pee on you. It's your bed. We couldn't have our beds on the ground. We'd have to like literally flip our mattresses up against the wall, otherwise the fox would climb and pee on them, because they're not good pets, but they're excellent animals. They're just not good pets. They had a yard. They had a room in the house that was theirs. They were fixed and neutered. It was a whole thing. We had a bunch of rescue cats too. It was a mess. It was fun, but as an adult, I wouldn't want to live like that. Some animals just aren't meant to be kept as pets.
Yeah, I had a pet raccoon, which is pretty awesome, but they cause a lot of trouble too.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. They aren't as destructive. They don't mean to be as destructive. It's just curiosity from what
Yeah.
I've seen with coons. They just really want to chew on and explore and rip apart everything to figure out what it does. We
Hey,
had
Tyler.
we did have one for a little while growing up, and I always thought it was cute how she washed everything. How clean they are, how they wash their food. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
this thing.
I used to, when I lived in Portland, I used to make sure I'd get a cup of coffee and go. I had like a swing on my porch, and I'd go sit on the swing with my cup of coffee because every night at dusk, there was a family of raccoons that would jump up on the fence, wooden fence, and walk across the top of the fence and then jump down on the other side. And the neighbors had a little pond and they'd get drinks of water and then jump back up and walk back again and jump down. So every night I would sit there with my cup of coffee and watch this family of raccoons.
That's very cute. The last place I lived at, there was a mama fox and her two babies, and I made friends with one of them who ended up. Well, the whole family, like slowly over the summer, bad things just happened with the roads so nearby and everything. But it was very cool to watch them play in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They play a lot too. They'll play a lot.
They do those bunnies in the yard, Pam. They chase each other and play.
Oh, yeah. I've sat and watched bunnies before too, the little cottontails.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these are babies though. These are the adult buns playing. Our neighbors must think I'm insane. The amount of like squealing and cooing and being like, "Look at the buns, Joseph! Joseph, come look at the buns!" And then the last day they were out there, four of them, and filming them through the kitchen window, and he's in the basement working, and I brought him down the video. I'm like, "Look what's happening outside!" He's just like, "I'm working." They don't. That's very nice. I'm like, "We have buns," and I run upstairs, and he's just like, "Oh my god, I'm dating a child." I genuinely feel for that poor man, like a lot of the time. So somebody in the chat had said that they were thinking about getting a lizard, and some lizards I highly recommend. Like, not to go off on a tangent, but in my opinion, the best pet for a child that wants to get a critter, pink tongue skink, if you can find them. Blue tongue skinks get a little bit bigger, but
Yeah, they're neat.
and they're so easy because their diet seems complicated because it's a mix of like ground meat and egg yolk and veggies and like cat food. But you can mix all that up and freeze it as little meatballs and literally just pull one out a day, defrost it, and that's their food. They rarely need their bedding changed. They're very sociable. They rarely bite when you handle them properly. I don't know. I just feel like too many people get their kids rodents as a first pet or fish, which are actually much more difficult to take care of than the pink tongue skink because they have very reasonable humidity and they're easy to feed. And I don't know. That's just my opinion. So I encourage anyone who ever said before that they were, because when I said that about the monitor lizards, they said, "Oh, dang, I was thinking about getting a lizard." I encourage people to get reptiles and lizards. I think they make excellent pets. I just think we need to look realistically at size and enclosure, like end where you're going to end up, and how to feed. And other than that, I think reptiles and lizards make excellent pets. I don't know if you have any experience with reptiles as pets, Pam, but
Oh, my son had a ton of them.
oh, he did.
Kid, yeah, we always had like iguanas and stuff. We always had them all the time.
Iguanas are one that I've never had the space for, but I do like rock iguanas. I must say. Somebody got new rainbows today. I'm just glancing at the chat real quick. Somebody said, "Pam, explain the mini ears." Just goofing. I'm curious.
They're Minnie Mouse ears with a bow.
Mm-hmm. They want to know why you wear them.
They got sequins on them. You can tell.
It's a fancy mini.
Yeah.
No, I'm curious. Are they just for fun?
Yes. I've been wearing them for a lot. There was one night, oh god, a month or so ago, when I was doing my live stream, and my son was on with me, my son Tucker,
Mm-hmm.
and there was this loud pounding on the door. So I excused myself and went and answered the door, and I opened up the door, and there was 3 cops standing outside, and they motioned me for it to come down and talk to them. So I stepped outside to talk to them, and somebody had called them and said that they heard screaming coming from my house, and they thought it was this drunk guy that lives like a street back. So they were asking me if he was around and stuff. And I said, I don't know. I said, I think I saw him walking by on the road yesterday. And they were all disappointed. They asked me if I'd heard screaming coming from anybody's house. And I said, no. And anyway, I got all that done and got back in here and started, talking on my stream again. And about right after I like was done for the night and had closed the stream, it suddenly dawned on me that I had my Minnie Mouse ears on. And I had stepped out and talked to the police officers with Minnie Mouse ears on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So it could definitely be worse. Should I share this? Why not? So I don't know if you or anyone else is familiar with oh dear. Joseph's ordering more chemicals, dear God. I don't know if you or anyone else in the chat's familiar with Legend of Zelda and the main character Link, who, for those who don't know, wears like a bright green tunic in this pointy little hat. And don't need to really explain myself, but I have like an adult onesie that outfit. I don't know why, Pam, but I have it, and it's cute, but it's shorts, and it turns out I have kind of a longer torso, so it's like short shorts, and it zips up and has this pointed green hood, and I was and a little belt, has a little leather belt decal thing, and but Joseph, he's in the chat saying that he's ordering more chemicals. Pam, this house is going to be taken over by tissue cultures. So anyways, I had this adult onesie tunic thing, and I was very excited for Amazon same-day delivery. And I had been day drinking. I wandered around the house in my little tunic with the hood up. And there was a knock at the door, and I went flying into the other room, threw the door open, and it's this like 6 foot, he might have been 7 feet. This dude was so big, standing in front of me like a wall, holding a package, and he's just like, yay, thank you. I was grabbing and running, and I could hear him laughing as he walked down the hallway. I could hear him laughing when he got out of the elevator and exited my front door, and I'm just like, I don't even care. But me and like a bright, if you don't remember the video game, Pam, I literally opened the door, just like heavily intoxicated in the green zip up like pointed hood outfit that's short shorts at the same time.
My sister-in-law one time, she was quite a pretty gal, and they were living in these apartments, and they had like a laundry room that was a few apartments down. So she went and did her laundry, and she got back to the house, and there was a knock on the door, and she opened the door, and here's this big black guy standing there twirling a pair of red panties on his finger, and he says, I think you dropped these.
I have completely sacrificed undergarments because I was leaving the laundromat as somebody found it in the dryer, and they're like, this might be yours, and I'm like,
oh no, that's not mine.
No. don't lie. I would never wear anything like that, sir. Like, run out the door in shame. Go back later and ask the girl, hey, did you like leave that stuff here? Because that's actually awesome. Like, oh shoot. Although on that note, there was one time fate completely like took the laundry into its own hands. So I'm at the laundromat. Oh, this is so naughty to admit. I don't care. I'm going to. I was at the laundromat and I was watching and I was spacing out and this guy was putting his laundry in the dryer and he had this shirt that was like one of the original Vans t-shirts that you used to be able to buy with the shoes back when Vans shoes were cool. Like in my day in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. And I was admiring the shirt. And I'm like, oh my God, that's a legitimate Vans. It's the original old logo. And then like he was talking to the girl at the counter about how, yeah, you know, it's been fun, but it's time for like he was moving. Like he was moving. And I get to the laundromat and his dryer was empty, but it was still warm, or I thought it was still empty. Like, it was so serendipitous. So I go to put my laundry in, and the band shirt is like caught on one of the little like turny flat bits in the dryer, and I'm just like, oh my God. And I bring it to the girl, and I'm like, I should. It's the right thing to do. And I brought it to the girl, and I'm like, so he left his shirt. And she's like, oh, well, you know, he's moving, and I don't know how to reach him. We can hold on to it. I'm like, hold on to it, and if he doesn't come back for it in a week, I want that shirt. And when I went back to do my laundry the next week, she's like, oh, you can have that shirt, you know. And I was just like, oh, my God. And I put it on right there over my tank top. She's just like, oh, okay. Like, the look on her face, she didn't understand it at all, Pam. She was very clearly just like, oh, this girl's real excited to wear a stranger's clothes. Like, this girl has.
Laundromats are interesting places, though. I remember one time I sat there laughing because I was watching this kid came in with like a army duffel bag full of clothes, right? And he opened up the door on one of the big washing machines and stuffed the duffel bag in it without taking the clothes out. He just stuffed the whole duffel bag full of clothes into the washing machine. And put the soap in and started it up.
Yeah. I was actually telling Joseph earlier, like one of my favorite memories from New York was the laundromat. Because I would go every Friday morning really early, like 5 a.m. And it was always these older Hispanic ladies where if like I had a stain on something, didn't speak any English, they'd come over and like show me how to use a product and get whatever was wrong with my clothes out. I was like, oh my God, this is magic. And they'd always have reruns of like Spanish soap operas on the television, like El Mundo. And I remember one time sitting there, and I speak like 5 Spanish words. Like I can say bathroom, chicken, shoes, thank you. Like I can ask for the essentials, beer. But I'm watching the TV and I'm totally distracted by it, and I'm describing it to my poor little mom. She's like, what are you watching? I'm like, I don't know. It's all in Spanish. There's a priest, and he has the full collar and black shirt, but no sleeves. He has no sleeves, Mom. I don't understand this. And we kept talking. And then I glanced up a few minutes later, and I'm just like, okay, Mom, now the shirtless priest is riding a horse through town. Oh, there's a prostitute crying on the side of the street. Like he's picking the prostitute up and putting her on the back of his horse. I have no idea what I'm watching, Mom. But it's one of like my best memories because she was just laughing her butt off. And it was literally like the collar and the black shirt, but like no sleeves. And then he's like, as he like rides the horse through town. And I'm going, what the hell am I watching?
Oh my God, I was in Billings. I was doing my lawn in Billings one day, in Billings, Montana. Mm-hmm. And actually the laundromat that I used to go to in Billings got hit by the tornado that hit Billings. So I don't know if it's still there or not because it took the roof off and all the machines out of there. But I was in there and there was nobody in there. And I was in the back row of, they had a couple rows of washing machines, and then the back row had like some of the bigger machines. Mm-hmm. And I was getting my clothes out of the washing machine to put them in the dryer, and these 2 guys came in. And they were all cowboyed up, you know, with cowboy boots and all that stuff, right? And I was bent over, so they didn't see me. They didn't know I was in there. And one of them said to the other one something about, this is the last time I'm going to let you talk me into wearing one of these damn songs. And he's like pulling out his pants.
Oh my God.
I stood up and I didn't say anything. I stuck my clothes in the dryer and I went out to have a cigarette and laughed my ass off.
Yep. I mean, to each their own, but it's always an interesting discovery. Always one of those moments of like, oh, okay. You, buddy. That's how I feel about a lot of things that I like have encountered in life where I'm not sure how to feel about it. Like, it's not offensive.
It struck me as funny because he was like dressed up they were cowboyed up big time, and it just struck me as being funny because they look like tough guys,
There was one time my girlfriend and I, Bree, we were in Texas, and she wanted to go to like a real saloon. And I don't even know how many freaking cowboys came up to our table to talk to her. Like, I'm not trying to flatter myself. They were coming up to talk to Bree. But every single one, she just turned and was like, nope. And I'm like, what are you doing? You wanted to come here. She's like, yeah, but I thought since it was a saloon, there wouldn't be so many like Hollywood cowboys. I'm going, what do you mean Hollywood cowboys? She's like, with the boots and the hat and whatever. I'm like, that's not a Hollywood cowboy. That's just a cowboy. She's like, but no, because real cowboys just wear the boots and the jeans. And like, she's like talking about everything stereotypically that like movies would show you. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't actually ride a horse, you have no. It was just hilarious sitting there. And then this one guy walked up, and as he's walking up, she didn't see this, but he took his hat off. And he gets to her table, and she turns, and she lit up like a Christmas tree at one guy there without a hat. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to break her heart. The hat's being polite. And then when he got her number, he put the hat back on and walked away, and she was just like, oh, he had a hat. I'm like, we're in Texas.
Yeah.
Do you realize we're in the land of cowboys who wear hats? Oh, God. I'm glad everyone else likes the stories because I love hanging out with you, Pam. But at the end of these things, sometimes when I turn my camera off, I'm just like, oh, what did I do?
As long as I don't break you. There was the one night I broke you for a minute, but
I didn't know what to say. None of it was safe. I didn't know what to say. None of it was safe. Sometimes you say things to me, which even though I know you so well, I'm just like, oh my shit, Pam. Don't hold back. I feel like this is so sad, the Sand Creek Aquatics. I'm not even sure what happened. I just know he had multiple health issues. But either way, there are lots of ways to reach out and donate to the family and the funeral services, or just send flowers. It's been all over Facebook at this point.
Yeah.
An American Singer Canary. I don't think we'll ever.
Thank you for coming by. Don't forget this coming Wednesday is the auction, everybody. The small art auction, the Fix Pam's Truck auction. It's going to be this coming Wednesday, and there'll be some giveaways too. There'll be some stuff to auction, and there will be some giveaways.
I hear rustling and footsteps.
Haunted house?
No, boyfriend trying to sneak around because I think he's in quarantine feeding fish. That's what it sounds like. I think I hear Pepper.
Oh, I remember I was going to tell you a story when I took Buddy outside. It was when I was working at the deli in Portland as a deli manager, and the guy came in and filled up the stuffed animal machine. You know, those machines where you put in 50 cents and grab the animals, right? So he refilled it. And I looked over, and right on top of the pile, there was a yellow dinosaur with green polka dots. Only the polka dots were all hearts. And then it had hearts on the ends of its little antenna things. And it was so cute. It was so cute. I had to get it for my daughter. Had to get it. And I was afraid somebody else was going to get it. So before I had a chance, to get off work and try. So one of the box boys was walking by on his break, and I said, "Hey, if I give you the money, will you get that dinosaur for me?" Because actually, I was pretty good at getting those animals myself. But he looked at it and he said, "No." He said, He says, "You can't get that one. It's the one that they put on there to get everybody to put their money in there. You aren't going to get that one." I said, "Oh, I got to get that." So as soon as I got off work, I went and I put in 50 cents. And I got it first try. But the hook came down and grabbed it by the neck, and it slid right up its neck. And then one of the hooks hooked on the ribbon. And it went over and it released, and the ribbon wouldn't let go. So it was just hanging there on the hook.
Oh, no.
And I was like, God damn it. So I ran back in the deli, and I got a pair of long tongs, and I got down on my hands and knees, and I'm like, reached up inside the machine with the tongs, and I was trying to grab that giraffe off the hook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm doing it, I glance over, and I just see this pair of shiny leather shoes and slacks, like crease slacks.
Oh, no.
And I look up, and it's the store manager.
Oh, my God. Of course it is.
And he says, "What are you doing, Pam?" And I looked at him and I said, "It's mine. I got it. It's mine." And he didn't say anything. He walked away.
That's a me reaction. Like, no, let me assert my possession over this object. I feel like that. See, that's the problem I have when I go like the hardscape collecting or plant collecting. I'm not going to admit to where, and I'm not going to admit to how much, but I will say it's all still alive, and much of it has moved on to other people's homes, and they're keeping it alive, and it's being like propagated and alive. But I did recently, in the last few years, go to a plant conservatory, and I found some clippings while I was in there that just are on the ground, and I'm like, oh, magical little, they fell right off the pick.
Yep.
To the point of where I bought a gift bag, like a tote bag from the gift shop. Just like, well, a little of this, a little of that moss. Hee, I'm a plant conservationist. Yep. Or any, it's a sad thing. My little heart gets excited because I'm like, ooh, I bet that China buffet has some pothos in the bathroom. Like, I don't know why, and I'm not meaning to be like stereotypical or like whatever, but for some reason, a lot of Asian cuisine restaurants utilize live plants.
Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah.
Propagated by cuttings. So, like, or every time I go to Home Depot and a little piece of a pothos plant just like magically breaks off, falls down my sleeve, and I'm like, oh no, what happened?
Or like you're walking by a building and they've got a really pretty coleus sitting there that could do with a little bit of trimming, right?
Or the local Bed Bath and Beyond and all their really big slate rock that they use on that one wall that's perfect for reptiles. And now I have someone who can lift more weight than I can. Yeah.
And DMC sent me some posts and she wants to know how they're doing. All the leaves, I think there's only a couple leaves left, but I haven't given up on them. I think it'll come back. I'm just letting it's starting to get some little roots on the nubs and stuff, but most of the leaves like turned black and fell off from the
I just-
shipping, but I think it'll come back.
Then Ginger, yes, McDonald's has amazing rock.
Yes, they do.
They do. I have been collecting it for years.
Yes, what you do is you get like a hamburger, and then you stand outside of your truck while you're eating the hamburger, and you kind of eye the rocks and kind of pick out what you want, and you grab it with the hamburger in your hand and you toss it in your truck.
Do you want to know even worse that I've actually done? Oh, I really hope Joseph's not still watching. So talk to yourself and like develop a pattern with your head like this. Like, no, I need these, and like pretend you're crazy, and you can collect all the rocks you want, Pam. Nobody. Think about it though; they're just like, oh, at least she's not hurting anybody. Like, as I'm just like, no, you don't understand, man. I need these rocks, man. Throwing them in the bucket and like shaking and talking to myself and being like, you shut up. I need these rocks. Like, they're my babies. Or even better, when you like, I have literally, because I thought it was funny when younger me used to be like, I thought it was funny to get reactions out of strangers. I was collecting rocks in the bucket.
Bob asked me if I'm a Playboy bunny now.
Pam, you've always been a Playboy bunny.
I know, he doesn't know. That's why I don't stand up and turn around, because I've got a nice little tail back there too.
Oh my gosh. But there was one time when I was collecting rocks at McDonald's, Pam, there was a gentleman who I couldn't tell if he was trying to figure out what I was doing or he was just like being gross. So I literally picked up a rock and I'm like, shh, okay, we're gonna go home now. And like stared at the guy, not blinking for a good like 30 seconds, and he literally just like puts his cup down, starts his car and left him. Right. Whispered to it, and then just stared him down. The number of things I've done in the town that I now live in like that, just to get a reaction, and I'm like, I wonder if I ever see people that I've done that kind of thing to. They just avoid me because they're like, oh, it's that girl from 3 years ago. Do you remember her at the McDonald's? Oh, yeah. Bob, a backless robe. That's a hospital gown, Bob.
Yeah, that's called a hospital
gown. Much to my chagrin, one of the last times I was in the hospital and all doped up, and I forgot, like, oh yeah, I got a gown, and I was like, I need to go to the bathroom. It's over there. I'll just wheel my IV over. And I feel like this cold breeze on my backside, and I'm like, what's that? Why is it chilly? And I walk by all these people, and nurse comes running up to me. She's like, hang on, and she like puts a blanket around me. I'm just like, I'm not cold. And she's like, honey, it's hang on, we need to fix your gown.
Okay.
When you're our age, Bob. Oh. No. I feel like the construction rocks that they use to fill like the side of the road when they do ditches and stuff. Like, do you know what I'm talking about? On like public
yeah.
I feel like those are taxpayer rocks.
Yeah, that could be, yeah.
Like I feel like the logic of, I've been paying taxes for like 12 years now. I feel like some of my money's gone into a few of those. I'm just, recollecting my investment. Oh my God, the McDonald's on 72nd and Pacific. Big D, isn't that the one down by the loading docks? Like, am I wrong on thinking that I know exactly which one you're talking about? Because if that's the one you're talking about, then yeah, some of the people at that place are why I developed my method of looking crazy when you do it. But it's true, right, Pam? I have learned in life there are two ways you can take for people to leave you alone and not ask you what you're doing or question you. Either look like you have all the confidence in the world and you're supposed be doing exactly what you're doing and like nobody chances are is going to question you, or just act crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're trying to like get out of the speeding ticket, in which case don't do either of those. Just cry and be very respectful. Or pull out a picture of your really pretty best friend and be like, and he cheated on me with her. Is she prettier than me? And wait for them to panic and be like, oh man, you have a good day. Back to the Yeah, see, a lot of people agree that taxpayers are entitled to those rocks. So I feel like if I wanted to go and collect some of those rocks soon, I would be allowed to. I'm trying to utilize his ability to lift heavy things. I'm not used to that. I've been in the past very limited in what hardscape I can take.
When I was a teenager, we were hunting arrowheads along the Columbia River, and we were walking back to our car, and along the railroad tracks, and they had a bunch of fill, like rocks and stuff, like river rocks that they'd filled in the railroad bed with. And we found something rather unusual mixed in with them. A cannonball. We found a cannonball. It was kind of cool.
Where?
Along the Columbia River.
That is very cool. Did you keep it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How big are those, actually, like in real life?
It depends because the cannons were all different sizes. So if you know what you're doing, the cannonball, you can match it up to the year of the cannon and all that, or type of the cannon and stuff. This one was about like that. And there was a matching one in one of the museums at the Maryhill Museum. We saw one that was the exact same size. And it was from I don't remember who it was, made a trip up the Columbia River, and they would occasionally like fire the cannon at the Indians that were gathering along the banks. So, yeah, it was kind of cool.
That's very cool. I don't usually find cool things on the side of rivers, mostly like beer cans and fishing twine. All right. So what?
Uh-oh, where'd Amber go? She disappeared. Hang on, she'll probably come back. Oh no, Amber, come back. I can show you some art, the art again, while we're waiting. I'll show you the art that I've got ready for the auction Wednesday so far. Maybe. Oh, there we go. So I gotta scroll down. That's the owl that I did today, and Zen Ginger bought it. It's just one of the little cards. And that is one of the drawings, all these drawings for the auction are 4x6. And that's one of them. It's called Pony Soldier. And that one is an American Kestrel. It's a bad photograph of it, but you got to understand that most photographs, the drawings are better than the photographs. It's hard to get a good photograph. And a couple of horses. That's for the auction. And a fawn, a little fawn. And that's what I've got ready so far. And hopefully I'll have at least 6 to 8 for the auction. Is what I'm hoping I get done before Wednesday. I had to, No, Amber's not back yet. Where did she go? But I had to order some more paper this week, which I probably wouldn't have done if I would have realized my truck was going to get stuck in town. No butt yet. No. I'm doing some, the next one that I'm working on right now is a couple of buffalo, but it's not their butts. But I had to order some more of that bark paper because I was out of bark paper. Can't I have that? So I got 10 sheets of bark paper that came today. Now, you guys, you have any guesses on how much 10 sheets of bark paper is? Go ahead, guys. Guess. Because it said ginger beat ginger to one. So 10 sheets of paper, and they're 15 by about 20, 25. They're 15 by 25 sheets of handmade bark paper. And they're made by a tribe of Indians in South America that's been making them for like 100 years. 36 and 20, you guys aren't even close. That all the guesses? 10 sheets. Sheila got it. 10 sheets of bark paper was $100. Wonder where Amber, wonder where she went. Huh. No, $100. Actually, it was like $99.90 or something like that, but basically $100. Yeah, it's not cheap, but I use it all the time. I have to have it, so. But I probably would have waited if I realized that my truck was going to end up getting stuck in town and I was going to have to get a tow truck, but it's okay. I needed it. Had to have it, so you have to have it. That's what I've been doing all the little drawings on too, is like cutting up, like taking one sheet and cutting it up into small pieces to do the drawings on. But I love that paper, so that's why I use it. I've used it for years now. It's like my favorite thing to draw on. Huh, Amber is still missing in action. I wonder if she's talking, not realizing she's not on. Yeah, it's a lot of money. But like I say, it is what it is. I read my eye is from allergies. Someone could auction stuff early, but no, she likes to torture me. It's coming from, I think it's one of the wheels, because the squeaky noise turned into a grinding noise. So I think it's probably the bearings or something like that. But I definitely couldn't drive it home. It's going to have to be towed. Oh, Amber just sent me a message saying her internet went down. Give me a few. Oh, Diva got the stones. Those are pretty stones. I bet she loved them. Yep, that's what I think it is, Sharpies. I think it's a wheel bearing or lug nuts or something like that. No, I don't think it's a brake. No, that's why I figure I'm going to need probably at least, I'm going to need between like $650 and $1,000 to get it fixed because he's probably gonna find some other stuff that needs to be fixed too. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's probably the ball bearings. So we'll find out because I got to tow it to the mechanic Monday. I should have not driven it to town because I knew that I shouldn't drive it, but you know, I had this big stack of envelopes staring at me that needed to go in the mail, and plus I was out of tobacco, and we can't have that. I should have whipped out my phone and made a video. Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't had to do any repairs on this one on my old beast for about 3 years, but I've owned it for 8 or 9 years. And I've probably put a good 3,000 into repairs off and on. Oh, that's neat, Sharpies. I'm awake. It just looks like I'm sleeping because my eyes all red with allergies right now. But yeah, it's sore too. It's watering like heck. Springtime, yay! I know I should tell a story, but I don't know what to tell us. Amber's good at like reminding me of stories, and I can't think of any on my own. Oh yeah, cars are money pits. And I've got my truck is like high reels. My truck is a '95, and it's got about 286,000 miles on it. So yeah, the loft story. What loft story? 194,000 for a '88. That's not bad. I can say mine's got 286,000 on it. You still got a lot of years left on yours. Your Jeep has 210,000. Motor's still running good on mine. It's just Ford's the bodies fall apart. Oh wow, Soggy, that's cool. I have put on my truck. I have put a new clutch in it. Um, what else have I done? The clutch was $1,000, and I put new alternator, 2 new batteries in the years I've had it. Um, Starter, did wheel bearings on one side. I've done U-joints both front and back at different times. And then just a new radiator. This radiator started leaking. I put a new radiator on it. It's different stuff. The desecration story. What one would that be, Bob? I think that's one of your stories. That sounds more like a Bob story. put a nice art sign on my door, but I'm going to have to get another one and do it over again because a hailstorm totally wiped out my little sign. Grave robbing story. I've never robbed a grave. I think that was you and your dad. You're getting us mixed up. Oh, I was putting a lot of miles on my truck, but I don't so much. Last year, I haven't put that much. Last couple of years, I haven't put that much on it. And this year, I've hardly put any miles on it because I only drive it like once every week or so. But I need to get into Cheyenne and get some stuff done. So I need to get it fixed. But yeah, I need to make a trip into Cheyenne, and I want it to be all fixed and running good for the camping trip. Which I think is still going to be on because things are getting better all the time. Wyoming was like going up and up and up for a while there, but like today there was no new cases at all, so I think it's slowing down for the summer anyway. Check. No Amber yet. What big ears I got? Yep, I got some big ears. I'm pretty sure the camping trip's gonna be on because it's looking. I mean, we still got months to go yet, and it's looking better all the time as far as the pandemic goes. So I'm thinking it's going to be on, although I might still wear a mask. But yeah, I think it's going to be on. But I got to get my truck fixed, have it all running good by then, because I sure as hell am not taking the bus again. Yep, it will be a lot of fun. And I think quite a few people are planning on coming too, so it will be great. Tell the story of the guy you ran over. Everybody's heard that story. No more buses. No buses. Especially not with the pandemic and stuff. No way in hell I would get on a bus. No, you're not blocked. Why would you be blocked? So was there grave robbing? No, unless Bob did some when he was younger. $100K is hardly anything. I've got 286,000 miles on my truck. We had like thunderstorms and stuff all day today, Candy. It would like never got sunny at all, and the wind would pick up and blow like heck, and then thunderstorm would roll through and rain. And yep, that's the way it's been all day up here, down here. Never owned a car. Oh my God. My mom always had a Cadillac when I was growing up. I can tell you about the time I had wrecked my car and I wasn't working and I was living by myself, so I went to um, St. Helens, the next town over, and got some food stamps. And still remember, I got $80 worth of food stamps for 2 months. So I decided that because I grew up in Scappoose, and it's a small town, one grocery store at the time, and everybody in town knew everybody. And I decided I was not going to go to the grocery store in Scappoose and use food stamps. That was just the way it was. So I borrowed my mom's car so I could go to St. Helens, to the grocery store in St. Helens, and use the food stamps. So I did that, and I decided I was adding everything up in my head as I went, because I decided I wasn't going to go in there twice and use food stamps. I was going to use them all at once. So I was adding it up in my head as I went. I got like a whole basket full of canned stuff, and which you wouldn't be able to now, but this was years ago. I was like 19. ID. So anyway, so I get up in the cash register, and the guy like rings up my groceries and bags them up, and then I pull out, at the time he had like books of food stamps, right? So I do have a story about a tattoo. So anyway, so I got like paid for my groceries with the food stamps, and I was pretty embarrassed. The guy started going on and on about how I shouldn't be embarrassed, and I wouldn't believe, said you wouldn't believe the people that come in here and use food stamps, and they get like steaks for their dogs. He's going on and on with all these food stamp and welfare stories, right? So he says, let me help you out with your groceries. And I'm like, no, I got them. He's like, no, you got a lot of groceries there, I'll help you. And he insisted, and he grabbed the cart and wouldn't let it go. So we go out in the parking lot, and he says, where's your car? And I pointed at my mom's brand new turquoise Cadillac with white leather interior. And he started laughing, he says, ha, that's pretty funny, where's your car? And I went and opened up the trunk. And he didn't say anything, and I didn't bother saying anything to him. I just like was dying. Yeah. So I'm sure I became another food stamp story. So that was my food stamp Cadillac story. And no Amber yet. So I know most of you have heard my tattoo story. Should I tell my tattoo story? Hi, Alex. I see about how many of you want to hear a tattoo story. While we wait for Amber. I know you've heard it before, Bob and Candy both. I probably have some people in here who heard it before. So I'll tell it though. So I decided that I wanted to get a tattoo. And I thought about it, and I decided that if I was going to get a tattoo, it was going to be somewhere where people couldn't see it unless I wanted them to see it. So I was like 40 years old. So I decided on this tattoo. Well, I decided it had to either be on my bust line or it would have to be on my butt, right? So I actually seriously thought about getting a rabbit tattoo on my butt. Or not a rabbit. Candy said rabbit, and I said rabbit. No, I was going to get a dragon. I even had Tucker even drew me a dragon tattoo, like a cute little lollipop dragon. And I wanted to get a dragon on my butt so that when people ask me how I was, I could say I'm kind of dragging ass today because that's my kind of humor. But yeah, dragon. And I thought about a pansy too, so I could be a pansy ass. That'd be good too. But when it came right down to it, there was no way in hell that I was going to go into the tattoo parlor and pull my pants down. So I decided to get one on my bust, and I wore like a tank top so that I could just like pull the tank top down low without having to get totally undressed, right? So I picked out what I wanted and got it ready and went in there to get my tattoo. And the guy was working on, like, they draw it on there first, like they draw the design, like trace the design on there first, and then they start with the tattoo guns. So he's like busy putting the design on me, and it's kind of embarrassing anyway because this guy's like got his hands all over my boob, right? So I'm like looking off the side and stuff, and I decided, and just to make conversation because I was kind of embarrassed, I asked him. I said, "Do you think that the design is too big to look good there?" And the guy stopped, literally stopped, and took a step backwards and looked at me, and he said, "Ma'am, you could put the Battle of New Orleans on there and it wouldn't be too big." I was like, oh dear God. And I started laughing, and he turned all red and started laughing, and I was like, oh my God. So that's my tattoo story. I think Amber must be having major troubles with her internets. I still kind of wish I'd gotten the dragon on my ass, but like I say, I was kind of like embarrassed to pull my pants down, so I decided not to. My first crush, oh my God, I can tell you a story about my first crush. I don't remember what the kid's name was now, but he was in my high school class. And I was extremely shy. Extremely shy. And I was a senior, and I was working after school at a little convenience store, stocking the shelves and stuff for a couple hours every night. And because my boob was somehow better than my ass, yeah, because I didn't have to take my shirt off. All I had to do was pull my tank top down far enough, right? It's not like I had to get naked. So yeah. So that's it, Candy. So anyway, I was working at the convenience store, and I was really tired that night. And I got done, and I was leaning against the counter talking to the cashier. And I told her, I had to walk home. It was about 6 blocks home. And I said, God, my feet are just killing me tonight. It's going to be a long walk home. And behind me, I didn't even realize it, but this kid that I had, his name was Travis. He had come in with a couple other guys, and they were standing behind me, and I didn't know it. And he piped up, and he said, I'll give you a ride home, Pam. And it was an instant panic attack. And I said, oh, no, that's okay, I'll walk. And he turned all red, and I was like dying because I embarrassed him in front of his friends because I just said how tired I was. And I had a super big crush on this kid anyway. And he offered me a ride home, and I said no. So that's the story about my first crush. So what else? Amber's still not back yet. I wonder if her internet just went out for a while. We might have to end up closing down without her coming back, and I didn't want to do that. So, Tom, did he tell everybody that his cock hung below his knees? Is that why he did that? You want to thank who? Me? He got a lot of free beer, yeah. Yep. There was a guy my dad worked with, or he didn't work with him. He was another. My dad was a truck driver, and back in the days before everybody had phones, the big deal was the CB radios. I'm sure you guys that are older remember CB radios. So my dad had a CB radio, being a trucker and everything. And there was a guy that he always talked to on the road when he got close to the Dalles, Oregon. This guy was a rancher or something there. And I think, yeah, he was a rancher. My dad would always talk to him when he got close. And the guy would get so mad because my dad always called him chicken. He was a chicken farmer, but my dad always called him the chicken choker. You're okay. You're okay, Amber. Don't panic. We're just waiting. And I'm telling my awful stories. I remember when my dad died, after his funeral, a bunch of the guys that he worked with were there, and we must have sat there for like a couple hours just while they told stories about my dad, because my dad was quite the character, and he had a pretty rotten sense of humor, if you can imagine that. But yeah. And I remember one of my uncles talking about when my dad quit school. I think he was in the 8th grade when he quit school. But his last day of school, or school was closed on that weekend, and it was a little country school in Nebraska. And he caught one of the neighbor's cows and put it in the schoolhouse over the weekend. Yeah, my eyes like it's a damn pollen in the air, and especially cottonwood. Cottonwood gets me every year. See how red my eye is, and it's all running and everything. And sore around the edges from rubbing it. I know I gotta quit rubbing it. But it's all runny. Both my eyes are running, but the one's really bad. My dad was a character, yes he was. Oh wow, 12 axolotls? Teresa Cookie would be the one who'd be able to tell you. Um, if they're still babies, you really need to separate them because they will eat each other. The bigger ones will start eating the smaller ones. But when they get like 6 months old or so, you can keep them together. And gosh, for 12 of them, 12 of them in one tank. big tank. You'd need a big tank. Like, you wouldn't need a deep tank, but you'd want one probably 5 or 6 feet long. But what do you think, Bob, or if you're still in here? But like say until they're about 6 months old, they'll eat each other. So you really need to separate them out by size. Like you can keep a few together, but separate them out by size. And you might end up with some with legs and stuff missing for a little bit till they grow back, because they will eat each other. Axolotls are a lot hardier than people think. The only thing is you don't want to let their water get too warm. During the summertime, like when it gets above like 80 degrees, like it has been here for this week, I do a couple things. I put a fan on top of the tank, and just one of those little fans, like about that big, like for computers and stuff. And pointing it at the water, like causes a little bit of evaporation, which cools the water off. And when it gets real warm, I've got like a whole bunch of frozen water bottles in my freezer, and I'll drop a frozen water bottle in there and change it every few hours, because ideally you don't want the water to get above 70. They will not die if it gets above 70, but it opens them up to get fungus and stuff like that, which you really don't want. You want to keep the water between like 62 and 70 at the top. So other than that, they are not hard at all. It takes a long time to get the tank cycled, because they put out quite a bit of ammonia. So like both of mine, when we first got them, it was like changing water twice a day. I'd change half the water in the tank twice a day for a couple weeks until the tank cycled. But once the tank is cycled, they're really pretty hardy. Oh, good, Bob. That's good. But if you talk to a lot of breeders, they like separate them out, because they will. There was somebody, I think it was that Greg that does the boxes. A couple years ago, he had some videos out about, he had a bunch of baby axolotls, and he left one weekend, and when he got back, there was only like, out of like tons of them, there was only like 5 or 6 left, because the bigger ones had eaten all the smaller ones. The 50-gallon lowboy would be good for quite a long time for him, I would think, Ginger. The other thing about them is you don't want the water right up to the rim, because they can climb out. So you want to keep the water about 1 inch below the rim, but they don't need really deep water. Yeah, the 50 lowboy I would think that would be about perfect. My axolotls, they're just single ones. They each have their own 20-gallon tank. You overstayed your welcome. How did you do that? Yeah, feeding them well is going to help a lot. Like I said, I know Greg had been gone for a couple days. When he came back, he had a whole bunch of them were just gone. So if he wouldn't have left and would have kept them well fed, that might not have happened, but it is a possibility. And a lot of times when you got a bunch of babies in together, you'll have like missing feet and stuff like that. So they'll snack on each other. I would think you could do 2 in a 33, yeah. I wouldn't put 2 in the 20 gallons. I mean, they each got their own tank, and I wouldn't put 2 of them together in one tank. If I was going to put them together, I'd get a bigger tank. 33 would be good. I got one of mine has a computer fan on it, and the other one has just like on Amazon. I got like a little personal fan that clamps on that's supposed to be like for to keep your put on your desk to keep you cool or whatever, but it's about like that big, and it has 3 settings on it and stuff, and it was pretty cheap. Overdid it? No, you didn't. You're fine. You are fine. Oh, it is 11:30 at night. I wonder if Amber's coming back or if I should just call it a night. What do you guys think? I think she's having internet problems. Oh, I think he's got like his snake is like a bull python, which are pretty easy to keep. They're a pretty easy one, Bob. You just got to make sure it can't get out of whatever you put it in. Make sure the lid's tight, and you give them a baby rat about once a week, and they're good. Yep, I'm glad Bob's getting it. He'll take good care of it. Yep, I like ball pythons. I think they're pretty cool. You hate the way crap is going. What crap? Yeah, I remember one time it got out and he had to move his 55-gallon tank because it got behind the stand. Yep, that would be it, Fishy Fun. Hey, Jesse. Oh, that's neat, Sharpies. Um, Sand Creek, Sand Creek Aquatics passed away this week. And if you haven't subscribe to him, please do, because we're trying to get his subscriptions up to 1,000 because he really wanted to hit 1,000. Yeah, I haven't looked at Candy's subscriptions lately. Have you broke 1,000 yet, Candy? Ivanovsky, I would think she would send the cage and everything. Oh, guys, what do you think? Should I call it a night? I got a feeling Amber is not going to be able to get back on tonight. Well, if you get 1K on your channel and you have 4,000 view time hours, then you can get monetized. But with Nathan, it's just we just want to do it because he wanted to get there so bad. Oh no, Jesse. I sent some to Candy one time and they didn't make it. But I sent her some more. Oh yeah, Bob's in here. I can send Bob a link. Doesn't that sound like some kind of animal, a bobolink? We'll do a bobolink. So I sent you a link, Bob. I sent you a bobolink. Well, I felt bad because Nathan finally won a card and I hadn't sent it to him yet. So I thought about it all day and I decided to send it to Ed. Bob, you aren't there yet. Oh, there's Bob. Hello.
Hey, hey.
So are you going to tell us the grave robbing story?
That was your story. You told about sometime that y'all were traveling and out in the desert, and your dad, y'all found artifacts, Indian
Oh,
artifacts
that
or
was Indian
something.
artifacts. That doesn't count.
A
That's not.
grave, a grave is a grave.
It was probably about 3,000 years old. There wasn't even a body left in there anymore. It was just like sagebrush mat rolled up and
Boxer shorts.
yeah, and part of a sagebrush woven sandal, stuff like that.
Uh-huh. Oh, how did you know Yazzie, the little dog you like, ran over to me? He was in bed asleep. I was telling him he was on Pam's show. He must remember. I'm halfway through feeding tanks, and I sat down here when you rang the doorbell.
Well, I'm going to bow out for just a second and go make myself another coffee because goddamn fly landed in my coffee again. So I got to
Well,
make myself another one.
okay, I'll just sit here in my nightshirt and boxer shorts. And
Show everybody your boxer shorts.
no, nope. Let's see what's going on in chat. Grandpa Bob. Yep. Great grandpa now, I think, John. Yeah, a little fireball in there too, Scott. You know it. Yeah, it would be Yazzie if it was anything. Yazzie didn't back down from anything. He even had Ed on the run, and he was on a leash, and still Ed ran from him. Candy, you had a glimpse a couple times, or you said you did in the mirror. I just realized my stream is lagging that I have on my computer. Let's see here. That's what I'm seeing right now. So that's how much it's lagging. I haven't even joined Pam yet. And the tank reflection. Yeah, you guys didn't tell me that for like 10 live streams.
Well, at least that fly died happy. I had fireball in there.
He's probably legally embalmed now.
Yep. Just like me. Yep, and the tank reflection, Candy. Don't look at the tank reflections when Bob streams. It's scary.
Nope. Nope. Yeah, I'm going to start using StreamYard. I think I've got it set up on my computer. I just need to start testing it out and make sure the little camera I got works and all that. Microphone.
I know it was a total waste of good fireball. I hate that. That's 2 different times that's happened that I've had to dump out some fireball because a damn fly landed in it.
We have a dog at the Ark named Chico that chases flies. We let him out in just the whole house, and he loves to chase flies.
No problem, Lefty. Don't worry about it.
Embalming fluid. See, my chat isn't even moving on my computer, but it sure is on the phone.
Yep, the fireball probably attracts them. And then they take a drink and fall in.
It's sweet. It's the sugar in it.
Yep. I remember reading an article years ago where they think that alcoholism is linked to sugar diabetes. If that makes any sense.
It does. Scott, were you showing too much boxer or what? There's a piece of that story missing there.
Yeah, Amber told a story last time she was on, or the time before, that said that she was saying that she actually posted a video and then somebody got a hold of her and told her she'd better take it down because she wasn't dressed and you could see her reflection throughout the whole video. Oh, I've got a new Patreon. Thank you, Lefty. Hey, Derek. You had a cockatiel that drank wine? Huh.
Oh, not all the time. I used to have a friend that would give his cat wine, a little bit expensive wine.
Huh.
The cat liked it. Peace Porter, I think, was the name of that wine. Something weird.
I haven't had wine for a long time. Last time I had a little bit of wine, it was I thought it was going to be gross, but it was actually really good. It was chocolate wine. Have you ever tried that? They just came
No,
out with it like a couple years ago, and it's pretty good.
no. I go to that pain clinic for the epidurals, and so you're not allowed to drink or anything.
Oh,
Yep. It's worth it though to get that injection. I tell you. Ooh.
oh
That's
my
weird.
God!
That's
No,
weird.
don't have your
Yeah,
cat energy drink.
energy drink. Have you been giving your cat the energy drinks, Sharpies?
It sounds gross. I know, Jesse. I thought it was going to be gross. Somebody else bought it, and they cracked it open and poured me a cup, and I really thought it was going to be nasty, but it was actually really good.
What's that chocolate liqueur? Kahlua?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. You can get drunk fast on that stuff.
Yep. Well, I hope I can sleep tonight with drinking this Fireball. I've been having a hard time sleeping the last 3 nights. I screwed up my back somehow, but it's not just a backache. It's like I'll be laying there. Okay, so I'll be laying there on my side because I like to sleep on my side, and like my knee will start hurting, and I'll know that I need to move, like shift a little bit because my knee's hurting.
Yeah.
So I'll move a little bit, and I'll get this back spasm in my lower back that feels like somebody just like reaches in and grabs a handful of muscle and yanks it out or something. I mean, it hurts like hell. And it's like you suck in your breath and you straighten up and you wait for it to go away, but then you're laying there and you got to move, but you're afraid to move because you don't want to have another spasm like that.
Yeah.
It makes it really hard to sleep.
Yep.
And it makes it really hard to get out of bed in the morning when you're trying to maneuver around without having a spasm grab you. And it's not like a normal backache where it's just like a dull ache. It's like a spasm where a big area like that big just like clenches up and hurts like hell.
The epidurals I get really help that. They really help. For 2 or 3 weeks, I can only get one a month, but it's worth it.
Oh, they're miserable. Those spasms that's the first time in my life I've had them, and it's been every night for like 3 nights now. And it's like I can sleep for a little while, and then I wake up and have to shift a little bit. And as soon as I try to shift, I'll get a spasm grip me, and it's like, oh man, it's so miserable. So damn miserable.
Joe Coffey said suddenly wanted his belly scratched.
And I don't even know what I did to start causing that. It doesn't bother me. Like, I'll get up in the morning and I'll barely be hobbling, and I'll take a couple ibuprofen, and then after a little while, it's okay. And it'll pretty much stay okay all day until I go to bed again. As soon as I climb into bed, it's like misery.
It's usually an accumulation or a cumulative series of injuries that cause stuff like that. Not one thing, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically like a Charlie horse in your back. That's basically what it is. It's like a Charlie horse in your back. And they hurt. Yeah, I went to a chiropractor once, and he said that he could tell that I'd been in a couple car wrecks and stuff, and he said that my neck was messed up and my lower back was messed up.
Yeah, Sheila, that's what I have really bad. And I take medication for that. And I told the doctor when I was there the other day for the epidural that was having to get up and take another pill because after 3 or 4 hours that shit gets old, you know. And she said, well, you know, it's just supposed to be once a night, so I'll change it to 1 to 2 a night, repeat in 4 hours as necessary. That was nice of her.
That was nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always have problems with doctors wanting to prescribe stuff for me because I'm allergic to Tylenol, and that seems to be like one of their favorite things to subscribe is Tylenol, but I can't take Tylenol.
Did you have you tried the aspirin on Buddy? I meant to ask you about that.
I did give him a couple the other night, and it seemed to help. He's been doing okay for the last couple nights, but if he gets to the point where he's whining again, I'll give him some more. I don't know if it's my mic or is it my mic? It shouldn't be my mic because I never touch my mic. It just sits up here on the shelf doing its thing. The sound is a bit scratchy.
Yeah, I had that help in Fishy Fun 57 too, and I got another pill added, a diuretic. It said take it at night, and I thought that was odd, so I did it, and I was up the first couple of nights all night peeing, so I take it in the morning now.
All I did was move it. I didn't even push any buttons.
That's rough, Big D. Yeah, they're having trouble getting my epidurals in sometimes. They do it under fluoroscopy, but still.
No, don't want me touching any buttons.
How did a cat get a name like Zach? Because I would never name my animals unusual names.
What? Sharpie's cat, Zach?
Yeah.
I think it actually belongs to his neighbor, but it kind of adopted him.
My damn Dharma got outside the other day. I thought she was out. I missed her right before I did a live stream. I think that was Wednesday that day, but the other cat kept looking out the window, and I was going out to the tub anyway. Yeah, it was Wednesday. And she was coming up out of the woods. And I said, girl, get in here. She came right to me like a dog. Get out there on a snake or something. Oh, so you're not his owner. Okay. Joe was asking about some kind of liquor, but I've never heard of it.
Oh, what was that?
Where did I see it? He said that a couple of times. I don't know. I'll never find it again. I don't know. Was it Hot Damn or something like that? He said, was it like Fireball?
Oh, I haven't tried that one.
That may not be what he said. You know, I couldn't remember my PayPal. It took me forever to remember what it was. Because Diva was going to send me money for the rocks. I finally sorted it out. I started to message you, Pam, and said, what's my PayPal?
I could have told you, because if I want, I could just like pretend I was going to send you money, and it would have popped right up.
Well, I told her what I think it is.
Mudslide? I've heard of that, but I think there used to be a shop that was called a Mudslide. Like, I remember there was like, you could get shots of like duck farts, and I think there was a Mudslide and a couple other ones that I used to have once in a while. Like when you go to a bar, you know, and they make you a little mixed shot, a little shot glass. You ever had a duck fart? I don't remember what was in it, but it was pretty good.
I used to love to do those upside down margaritas. They made you hold napkins over your eyes and lean back over the bar, and they poured the whole margarita in your mouth.
Oh, I never did that.
oh God, about 2 of them, and you're ready for the night. You're done.
You know what will really get you fast, and you don't even know it until you go to stand up? Those Long Island iced teas. It's like they go down so easy, and you can't taste the alcohol in them. And you're doing fine, and you think you're fine, and then you go to stand up, and it's like, holy shit.
That's got vodka, I think. I can't drink vodka. I think it does. Yeah, Hot Damn. He said, is Fireball similar to Hot Damn? So I don't know about that one. Nobody answered.
Sheila says it's about the same.
Vodka makes me angry. It makes me really. You've seen people that drink and they can't hold it and they get angry and throw things and shit. I tried it twice and only just a little of it. I must be allergic to the vodka or something.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I've never gotten angry when I get drunk. I get like, I'm not gonna say how I get, but I've never gotten angry. I get friendly. We'll just put it that way.
I was the word loose came to mind, but I decided not to say it. And when you said friendly, I thought, well, that's probably it.
It's a nicer way of putting it. Bye, then. We'll see you Wednesday night. I'm working on my next drawing. You probably can't see anything, but I'm working on some buffalo.
See you, Zan.
It's going to be the next drawing I do for the auction. I should have it done tomorrow morning. I started it this afternoon after I finished the little owl that I sold.
Has anybody bought in any of the ones that we've been seeing, the Patreons have been seeing?
Nope, I'm saving them. They've been, a couple people have been wanting to buy them, but I'm saving them for the auction.
I bet one of them wasn't Ginger Graves.
Zenny really wants the horses real bad.
Yeah, those horses are nice. I like the owl. There was another one I really liked, but I can't remember which one it was.
Have you ever drank cherry vodka?
That's one of the times that I went berserk, because I had some cherry vodka when I was 16. My cousin gave it to me. I think he was like 25. Yeah, that's the
Oh,
first time. It just
when I
makes
was,
me really angry and belligerent. I can't handle it.
I didn't get angry or anything, but oh my God, I got sick. I got
It's
drunk on
nasty.
cherry vodka. And I'll tell you what, when you throw up, when you've gotten drunk on cherry vodka, it's bright fucking red
Yeah.
and nasty looking. And I was at a party that was at a boathouse. And it was a 2-story apartment boathouse. And we were up on the upper deck. And I started feeling like I was going to throw up. So I ran outside on the deck. And I threw up over the deck, right? So then about a month later, I'm at a different party. This was like when I was young, like 18, 19. And I was at another party, and I met this couple. And they said, "Oh, yeah, we know you." And I said, "You do? I don't remember meeting you before." And they said, "Yeah, we lived in the downstairs apartment on the boathouse, and we had red throw up all over our deck." Like, oh my God, that's embarrassing. They remembered me.
Oh, I bet.
Oh,
I can drink tequila, gin. I mean, anything. I just can't drink vodka, and it just relaxes me and makes me drunk. But the vodka, and it doesn't take much. It just makes me miserable. And
it's got to be some kind of an allergic reaction or something.
yeah, it does. The second time I did it, I said, never again. Never, never.
Because usually, if people get mad when they get drunk, they get drunk. They get mad no matter what they drink. So it's got to be something in the vodka.
It's specific to the vodka for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Gin, Chewy said, ooh, Tanqueray and some lime, Tanqueray and tonic. Oh, that's good stuff.
I remember one time I went to the county fair in St. Helens, and I saw my brother at the fair. And I was living by myself at the time, and he was living at home with my mom and dad. And I saw him at the county fair, and he was on his second bottle of Mad Dog and riding all the rides, right? So the next day I stopped at my mom's house for something, and she said something about my brother, and I said, "Didn't he go to work today?" And she says, "Oh no, he's got the flu." And I started laughing. She said, and she's like, "It's not funny. He was even sick when he got up this morning." And I was like, "Yeah, I bet he was."
Yeah.
Mad Dog is some nasty stuff. I still remember, because it was the thing to drink when I was 18, 19 years old. And it's like you drink that shit and you can feel it burn all the way down. It's like you take a swallow of it and you can feel it burn all the way down your throat, down to your stomach.
Yeah.
That's some nasty shit. That and the other thing that was the big thing to drink when I was a kid was the Boone's Farm. The Boone's Farm wines.
Yeah. I used to like to drink the Sacramento wine because it's so grapey.
I've never tried that.
And there are some good brands of it. The communion wine, the real
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Back in the day.
But I've always hated beer, so I'm not a beer drinker. I like a good wine though. When I was, when you're a kid and you just drink to get drunk, wine was the cheap wines were the thing. But I like wine now. I still like wine. So, like when I used to go out once in a while to the bar and play pool and stuff, I'd always get a glass of Zen because I don't drink beer.
Daniel, I think the vodka is used in lieu of ammonia. That's what I thought. They put vodka to cycle tanks.
Oh yeah, Strawberry Boone's Farm. Yep, I've had that before.
Chewy says that my nitrates are high in my body. That's why. The vodka.
When I was living in Baker, Oregon is close to the Idaho border, and I was 19, and the drinking age in Idaho was 19 at the time. It was 21 in Oregon, but it was 19 in Idaho. So one of my girlfriends came over, and we decided we were going to go drinking in Idaho. And the closest towns across the border, there was 3 little towns that were all together. I still remember it was like Galen and Fruitland and another town, but they were all like clustered together. So we decided that we were going to stop at every bar and just have one drink, right? Well, there was a couple things where that plan went awry. Number one is I decided that the drink that I was going to have at every bar was a Singapore Sling, which was not a good idea.
I like those.
I like them, but you don't want to drink a whole bunch of them. And the other problem with that idea is when you're a 19-year-old girl and you walk into a bar and sit down and order a drink, you instantly have 6 or 7 of them sitting in front of you. So at every bar, I had 6 or 7 Singapore Slings sitting in front of me. And my girlfriend ended up having to have some guys carry me out to my car and lay me in the back seat. And she drove home. And she drove my car home. And every once in a while, she would reach back and hit me and ask me how to shift. Wake me up long enough to tell her how to shift gears. Because it was a stick shift. It was an old Chevy Impala. Like a 65 or 66 Chevy Impala. Yeah.
My mother had a 65. Yep. Oh, was Ro here? I didn't see Ro.
Oh, I didn't notice her either. Hi, Ro.
Says good night, Ro. Oh, let's change hands, shall we?
Okay, so now that I told you about my drinking days, we should change the subject.
Yeah, they're saying gin tastes like or smells like pine trees. I never thought about that. It does kind of smell like that. Like pine saw. It's good though.
I remember one time when I was 19, I had my weeks, I was working at PGE in Portland, just Portland General Electric Company. And I had my week's vacation. So I got one of my girlfriends and we went camping on the beach. And my mom decided to join us camping for the weekend, which is always great when you're 19. But when she left, she paid for my camping spot for the rest of the week. So, you know, being 19, the bells kind of went off. And I went and I cashed it in. And we left and we drove to Idaho, where the drinking age was 19. And we filled up the back of my car with beer and some wine. And basically made a nice beer run and headed home. So, yeah. But I drove all the way across the state of Oregon. And I think outside of Walla Walla, it was getting late and we were tired. So I pulled off in a field and we slept. And then the next morning, we drove the rest way into Idaho. And spent the money on beer and stuff. But what was funny about it, I had that 65 Barracuda. It was my first car. And I had taken some of those racing stripes that stick on, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I put a racing stripe down the middle of my Barracuda, right? Well, on the top of it, I had gotten it just a slight wave in it. It had a little crooked wave in it. But it didn't bother me any because it was on the top of the car and you couldn't see it unless you either were really tall or stood on your tiptoes to look at the top of the car.
Police helicopter could.
How'd you know what I was going to say?
I just figured.
Because later on that week, I was sitting at my parents' house, and we were watching the news. And they had just put in. Remember when they changed the speed limit to 55 to save gas because there was some kind of gas shortage. Remember, and you had to like wait in line at the gas station, and you had to go like even numbers on certain days on your license plate and odd numbers on certain days. Remember that?
Yes.
That whole time, yeah, that was during that time.
Yeah.
So they just changed the speed limit to 55 on the freeways. So they were showing a helicopter view, and I was sitting here with my dad, who's a truck driver, and they're showing this. What they did was they took 2 police cars and had them go 55 miles an hour side by side down the freeway, and then they showed the long line of piled up traffic behind them, and there's my car in the middle of it. I was about to wet my pants because my dad was sitting there, and I'm like, started talking about something else to get his eye off the TV.
That's funny.
That was funny.
Somebody else with a crooked stripe.
Yeah, they just happened to have a 65 Barracuda with a crooked stripe on top of it. How'd you know it was going to be a police helicopter? That was pretty astute of you there, Bob.
I just kind of saw where it was going.
I know I haven't told that story before.
You haven't, but I was thinking who would be looking at that. At first, I imagined a scenario where you might be on top of the car, and I said, "Nah, helicopter." Oh wow, that's a lot, Big D. Half a gallon.
I like pineapple on my pizza.
I like pineapples, but not on pizza. Oh.
See, ever since I had my gallbladder removed, so I can't eat pepperoni anymore, it just absolutely tears me up.
I like ham and onions and black olives and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like olives and mushrooms and green peppers. I don't mind pineapple. I like ham, but I can't have anything. Like, I can't have pepperoni or anything real spicy anymore. Because I guess I'm old. And I don't have a gallbladder.
I started to say they got your gallbladder, so there you go.
Yep. Ooh, I like jalapenos too, but I bet you they would tear my stomach up. I haven't tried them yet, but I bet they would because I can't eat the pepperoni. So
I love those pepperoncini. Is that what they're called? They're not very hot, but they're good. Like you get with Greek salads and stuff.
Oh yeah.
That sounds nasty, Jason. Sorry, but that sounds nasty. The clam part does. If the clams were deep fried, I could get that.
I've had anchovy on pizza before, and I kind of like it. I know a lot of people hate it, but I like it.
I like anchovy paste, but that's all. Nope.
When I make a homemade pizza, I really love to take like a pesto sauce instead of tomato sauce for the base. That's really good.
We keep talking. Yancy and I are going to have to get something to eat. Are we, Yancy? Yeah, I buy them by the large jar. They're really cheap if you get a big jar. So I eat them almost every day. I can have them on my diabetic diet, Sheila, so I just keep them in the fridge.
Vegemite into your pancake mix
Yuck.
or mashed potatoes. Yuck. That sounds gross.
I like fried clams, Jason, just not smoked. I think that would be a little too like calamari for me. I don't know.
I remember another time I went over to my mom and dad's house, and I was working in Portland, and one day I'd walked over to this little shop in Portland called the Ides of March, which was nothing but a smoke shop, if you know what I mean. And I'd gotten a little necklace that was like one of those India girls with all the gods with all the arms, you know. And then there was a clip at the bottom of it. And I was wearing it when I went over to my mom and dad's for dinner. They'd invited me over for dinner. And my dad kept staring at me. And I was eating. And he says, "What's that around your neck?" I said, "It's a necklace." And he says, "What's the clip on the bottom of it?" I was like, "It's just part of the necklace." And he said, "Well, it goddamn well better not be a roach clip unless you want to end up in the hospital." And I just damn near choked on my food. I was like, "What?" And then I thought about it later and I was like, wait a minute. How does he know what a roach clip is?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Who's red? Oh, Yazi. He's growling every now and then because the hound. Oh, I can't see. Get rid of the chat here. Because the hound comes over. There's plenty of boxers, Pam. You see all those
Roach
boxers?
clip is something that they probably don't use anymore with all the fancy products that they have now. A roach clip was a thing that was used a lot in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah. We had hemostats. I've still got an old pair of hemostats. I think about sending him to Dr. Black sometimes because he has trouble with the nose hairs itching him. They're great to pull out nose hairs. I see you're pulling my shirt down. My shirt off.
Are roach clips still around? It's been so long since I've used any of that stuff. I don't know. I remember another time I went over to my girlfriend's house. It was outside in this little town outside of the Dalles. And I lived in the Dalles and she lived in this little town. And on the way back, we were smoking a joint. And her ashtray was like totally overflowing with cigarette butts, right? So we got down to the very end and she put out the roach in the ashtray. And we were driving on the freeway, driving down the freeway. And she's like, "It's still smoking. Can you see if you can get it out?" So like I was pounding on the cigarette butts and stuff, trying to get it out. Couldn't feel any hot spots, but I was pounding on the ashtray, making sure it was out. We got down the road a little ways further, and she says, "I still see a whiff of smoke. Like every once in a while, I see a whiff of smoke on the dash. It's still burning." So I was like pounding and pounding, trying to get it out. We got down the road a little ways further, and all of a sudden she says, "Oh shit!" And she pulls off the side of the road, and she jumps out of the car, and she's slapping her pants because her jeans were on fire.
Those seeds will get you every time.
She had a little burn hole in her jeans, and that's what was smoking. It wasn't the ashtray, it was her jeans. I was laughing so hard I couldn't breathe.
Those damn seeds. I can't have how many shirts I burned.
I love sour cream on chicken and on burritos and stuff, but I couldn't eat it straight out of the container. That's kind of gross. That's exactly right, Lefty. That's me.
Yes, Jason, I remember that. I got so with friends, I just wouldn't even. Yep.
Oh, I gotta pull up something and show you what I did.
I ruined so many of my disco shirts smoking that shit. And yep.
I think I have a photo of it in here somewhere. Damn it, maybe I don't. Oh, there it is. Hang on a second.
What are you looking for, Roach? Morning, William. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. What's that? There's something wrong with the perception in that picture. It looks like, remember in Beetlejuice, the little guy sitting on the sofa with the little tiny head?
Yeah.
That's what that looks like. The perspective. Yeah, I better sit up. What is it?
I gotta pull up a photograph to go with the story that I'm gonna tell, which I know some of you have heard already, but I'm gonna tell it anyway.
Yes. And Beetlejuice. And Shelley, what's her name? I think. The one that was in Popeye. So long ago.
Olive oil.
Yeah. What was her name? Shelley. I like to look at the YouTube videos of the people then and now. And sometimes I don't feel so bad when I see them. I'm like, dang, what the hell happened? I'm sure people would say that about me too, but it kind of helps.
We all get there.
We all do. Ooh, that sounds good, Jesse. That's something that people either hate or they love is eggs. And I can see why people think they're nasty if you go through the um, how eggs are made, chicken eggs or any eggs. It is pretty damn nasty. But I love me some scrambled eggs. Duval. Yeah, because Long was the one, the tall blonde one. Duval was the dark-haired one that was all over one. Sounds right. Scrambled eggs with Vegemite. Fry my bacon and then pour out some of the grease and then scramble my eggs right on top of it.
Okay. Still no Amber. She just must not have been able to get back on.
I haven't seen her comment either in a long time, so gave up, I'm sure.
Okay, so this story is, I know it's one I've told before, but I'm going to do it again anyway. It was like when I was working in Cheyenne, and Megan was like 18 and working here in town. And a lot of times I wouldn't get back home for 2 days or so because of snowstorms and stuff. And when I did get home, it was in the middle of the night because I got off work between 11 and 12. And then I'd drive home in snowstorms and shit. But anyway, I got home one night and I walked in the house. And there's this beautiful black and white vase sitting on the table, right in the middle of the kitchen table. And I looked at it and I didn't say a word. I just put it in the cupboard. And the next night when I came home, I brought a bouquet of flowers. And I made a nice little bouquet with her vase, which I will show you. Right now. Uh-oh. What happened to it? Oh, it disappeared. I got to go back to the beginning. There we go. There is her vase. And I made the little bouquet in her vase. And the next morning she got up. And I was sitting there like almost choking, trying not to laugh. And she comes out into the kitchen to get a cup of coffee. She says, "Oh, somebody got you flowers? What the hell, Mom?" And I started cracking up. And I told her, "Don't you ever leave that stuff sitting in the middle of my kitchen table again." So that was my vase.
I had actually forgotten how this story turned out. I was thinking it was a cremains in a vase.
No, it was a bong. Which, you know, she was 18 and I was gone all the time, so there wasn't a whole lot I could do about it. And I wasn't going to yell at her for it, but I did make my point not to leave it sitting out in the middle of the table like that.
They're saying your mic again. Maybe it's your beard, Pam. They keep hearing something on your mic.
That might be. Maybe I did my beard onto my mic. Besides, I figured it'd be kind of hypocritical of me to like yell at her when I did the same thing when I was her age. So, you know.
Right.
But you've got to be a mom too at the same time. So I did that and just told her not to leave that stuff sitting on my table anymore. Actually, it was pretty, wasn't it, with the black and white? It kind of looked like a Beetlejuice face.
A Beetlejuice face. I can't believe how many people are live streaming this late.
I know it's been 3 hours. I should probably get off, but we'll give it a little bit longer. Now there's an echo. I don't know what's up with my mic because usually it doesn't act up at all.
Yeah, Yazzie's worn out. I'm going to say it again. That was really cute. He was asleep between two pillows on the bed, and when I started talking to you on here, he got up and came over. It's like he knew I'm going to be sitting here. Yep. You like being on the show? He's a good boy.
Oh, he's so cute.
He's good to me, I'll tell you that.
Tonight I have my Have a Nice Day cup.
I saw that. I was so embarrassed when I watched that video or the live stream. I wanted to see the end of it where I lost the sound. I'd think it was funny, but I was so embarrassed when I watched it. Have a nice day. You and Ed were so funny, though. You were like charades.
Yeah, it was funny.
Ed was pretty good at it, too.
Look, he's telling us to have a nice day.
Yeah, I was, too. My sister saw that. My great niece watches my streams sometimes. Hopefully not those. She's almost 17. So. Oh, that'll be nice, Jason.
Yeah, that's cool.
That'll be great. He's definitely OG squad. Definitely.
I ordered it online. I don't remember where from, but I think Amazon. I know Amazon carries them because I got one candy one from Amazon for a gift. Because I figured when she was doing her emails, she could use the Have a Nice Day cup. You should be getting a card in the mail pretty soon, but I don't remember which. Well, have you gotten the lizard yet? Have you gotten Nelson yet? I think Nelson's coming to you and the buffalo. So be on the lookout for them. I mailed all of them Friday afternoon.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember what the other one was. It's Nelson, yeah. Apparently the mail's doing better because the Divas Rocks, it said they would be there Monday, so I told her to expect them Friday, and she got them today. She messaged me. She loved them.
awesome.
Yeah, that's the way I learned too, Jason. And like a lot of the stuff Father Fish does, that's what we did when I was a kid. And then, they convince you need this or that, and you get away from the simple things. What kind of rocks were those? Was it snow rocks or snowflake or?
I don't remember what they were called. They were pretty though. They were white with black in them.
Yeah, some of them were more black and some were more white. Can't remember. Hey. I think it was called snowflake stone. Had a lot of quartz in them, I think. Yeah, they were really pretty. She saw them just when I was doing a LFS tour 2 or 3 weeks ago, and then I was back in there, and I'd forgotten. I told her I would send her some, and she asked if that was the store, so I got 16 pounds for the price of 15 pounds and sent them.
Oh my gosh, it was fun. When I was a kid, when I was like 18, 19, doing that stuff, I got a pipe and one of my friends fixed it for me. I hear a little bit of like feedback from my mic. Huh. Anyway, I got a pipe and he took like the top of a propane bottle and put it on the top of the pipe, like made a screw thing to put it on the top of the pipe. And then what I would do, it had 2 valves coming out of it, and you would get it lit and stuff. And then I hooked it up to a fish tank motor with the tubing. So when you covered up one of the holes, it would shoot out the stem of the pipe like a shotgun, just shoo. And then when you took your finger off the hole, it would quit and just barely be smoking. So you could like pass it around the room, and it was a pretty good pipe. It was a pretty good pipe.
Sounds like it.
Kid, though.
Sounds like it.
So I had a little fish tank motor and some long tubing and a pipe with a propane bottle top on it.
How old were you then, Pam? 11 or 12?
No, 19. I was a good kid. I didn't start partying until I left home. Yeah, everything's changed a lot since I was a kid, redfish, bluefish. Because we're talking like 1974, 75. It was a lot different then.
Oh, yeah.
I lived in this like trailer house that had an attached room to it that was like a big bedroom, and then a small trailer. And there was in between the trailer and the add-on, there was like a big closet space on both sides, like a doorway going in between, and then in the space in between they built a closet. But the closet went back like 6 feet on each side. So I just got like some whatchamacallit, like paneling, and then foam, and I put foam around the edges of the paneling and would shove it back to about 3 feet to where it was about the size of a normal closet. And then I had the rest of the room for a grow room with lights and everything.
Oh my God.
With the foam around the edges, you couldn't see any light coming through or anything. Made a good grow room.
Oh my God. I hope Candy's not hearing this.
We're talking in the 70s, you know, that was a long time ago. Yeah, well, my son, when he was about 13 and spending like every other weekend at his dad's house and stuff, he asked me what the big baggie of stuff was in the china cabinet. And I told him it was oregano. And he didn't believe me. So I had to like get rid of it because I was afraid he was going to tell his dad. And his dad's like a very much a redneck.
Yeah. I bought oregano a couple of times in Times Square when I first moved to New York. They saw me coming, you know. They do the drug deals right there on the street.
Oh, and they sold you oregano?
Twice I got taken.
Crap.
Can't believe the stuff I did when I was a nurse. I would never have the nerve now. You know, they take your license away for that shit. Oh,
Good night, Scotty.
good night, Scott.
Yeah, I remember one time we were cruising the gut. You remember cruising the gut when you were young? That's another thing that's kind of gone by the wayside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were cruising the gut. I was cruising the gut with my brother. And we pulled off in this parking lot and we're just like honking at friends going by and stuff. And we'd been smoking. We were both pretty stoned. And a cop car pulled up and parked beside us and started talking to us out the window, asking what we were up to, how we were doing and stuff. And my brother's sitting there talking to him, and I'm sitting in the passenger seat laughing. Like an idiot. And my brother's eyes were glowing red. I'm sure they knew what we were up to.
Oh, you think?
I'm surprised we didn't go to jail.
That cousin that I mentioned that got me drunk on cherry vodka, that was like 9 or 10 years older than me. Once we went to Atlanta, and I was probably about that same age, and we were in his convertible, and we were riding around Piedmont Park, the big park there, and the hookers are just out in the open, just right out in the open, and they come right up to you, you know, and proposition you. So we were driving through slowly. There were kids playing ball and frisbee and dogs jumping for frisbees and all that. You know, the hookers were right in all of it. And we were stoned and drunk. But anyway, one came over and he stopped, and she came over and leaned in over his window. And I guess she hadn't had time to freshen up. But we both smelled her breath was, oh my God, it was so bad. And it just brought us down immediately. And my cousin Bush said, God, do you have shit on your shoes? That was so funny. Oh, poor girl. God, do you have shit on your shoes? I wish I hadn't told that one already. My God. Maybe if Candy doesn't get the replay, we'll be okay.
Hello, Julie.
Hi, Julie.
Well, everybody's going to leave with a really bad impression of us, Bob.
Yeah, they've got their own stories, I'm sure. Shitty shoes. There you go. But his timing, he was just a clown anyway. And good, my God, her breath. I don't know what she had done, but get some Banaka, do something, between customers. Do you have shit on your shoes? Oh, Julie heard that. I am embarrassed now. And now I remember where I saw you the other day, Julie. It was modding for Ohio Fish Rescue. Yeah, and I think I subbed you over there, if I'm not wrong. I think I did. And I used oregano. It's great for that.
Well, the problem I had back then when I used to smoke was I laugh at everything anyway, and it just like turned it into totally uncontrollable.
Yeah, the first time I ever smoked pot, ever, I was 17, I think, and I had moved out and got an apartment with some other people, several people, to go to school. It's here in the town I live in, but only 30 minutes from where I grew up. But we were sitting, songs like Midnight at the Oasis, Maria Muldaur, things like that. We were playing vinyl, and just a group of people, maybe 15 or 20 in a circle around the room. And I smoked, and I let it pass me a couple of times, but a couple of times I tried it. The phone rang, and I said, I bet that's my mother. And somebody answered and said, it's your mother, and it really was. And I couldn't talk to her. I got laughing so hard. And I told her that I got tickled about something, and I couldn't hear. She was not amused. I hung up on her. I just hung up on her. I didn't know what else to do.
Oh my God, I'm surprised I made it through my childhood and stuff, because I used to laugh at everything. Everything would strike me as funny. I remember one time my dad and my mom were fighting, and he was on his way to work, and they were yelling and screaming at each other. And he went out the back door and slammed the door real hard. And we had above the couch in the family room, we had those, I don't know if you remember them, they were pretty common. They were like with those green stamps. Remember green stamps?
S&H.
Yeah, the S&H green stamps. My mom had gotten these ducks that were like wooden with metal wings in different positions, and she had 3 of them over the couch. And when he slammed the door, one of the ducks flipped upside down. And it struck me as funny, and I started laughing my ass off. And he came back in the house and thought I was laughing at him. And oh my God, he glared at me, didn't do anything. Like I said, I'm surprised I survived my childhood, because he had a really bad temper, and I was like laughing my ass off at that duck. Oh. It's the little things in life, you know?
You remember those little red little kitty rockers, toddler rockers? Everybody had one. They were the red wooden ones.
Yes.
Well, we had one, and my sister had it first, Kathy, and then it was mine, and then it went on down to the other two. But I was that little. I remember sitting in that rocking, and my mother was nervous. She had bad nerves, she always said, but she was yelling and screaming at me about something. And I remember just thinking how funny it was, the way she was, making her face grotesque and all that. And I laughed, and she came over and acted like she was going to hit me and said, don't you laugh at me. And I thought, oh my gosh, she's crazy. I remember thinking, she's crazy. I just, 2 or 3. Dang.
I remember another time I'm surprised I kept my job, because I was working at this builder supply store in Baker. And I know I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. the manager of the store had this son that was a couple years older than me. And he was this great big blonde kid. And he kind of creeped me out because he always talked in a monotone with no expression at all, you know? And anyway, I got to work one day and everybody was standing around the manager. So I walked over there and the manager was telling everybody that he had to take his son to the emergency room the night before. So somebody asked him, "Oh my God, you know what happened?" And he said that they were having steak for dinner and his fork slipped and he stabbed himself in the belly.
Oh my God.
And everybody was like, "Oh my God." And I started laughing. And everybody turned around and was staring at me and I couldn't help it. I was just like totally cracking up with tears flowing out my eyes. Oh, it must have been some pretty tough steak is all I got to say.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised I kept my job on that one. But you know, when you got something strikes you funny, you gotta laugh, right?
It must have been a damn sharp fork.
Exactly, and a damn tough steak.
I don't know, Sheila, where the S&H green stamps came from. I think it was the gas stations.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember my mom collected them and got books and books of them, and then we get stuff.
I remember people would post the signs that they had them, that they gave stamps.
And they had little. I remember they had catalogs.
Oh, yeah. We would drive an hour and a half to Knoxville back then, no interstate, to get a damn vase or something. Yep. Of course, gas was 15, 20 cents a gallon back then.
Yeah, when I first got my first car, gas was like 60 cents a gallon. And I remember pulling off the freeway one time and a gas station right off the freeway, and the gas was $1 a gallon, and I was so horrified I like pulled back out and kept going because it was $1 a gallon.
I paid $1.39 not long ago.
Yeah, I got some the other day for like $1.48. So my truck's sitting in the Safeway parking lot with a full tank of gas.
You hope.
I hope, yeah.
My desktop is so slow. So slow.
I used to make brownies. Do you ever make brownies?
I've had them, but I haven't made them.
Oh, I used to make them all the time. They were good. The only problem with making the good brownies, the special brownies, is you would eat a brownie and then you would get the munchies and there would be a whole tray of brownies sitting there.
Yeah.
And then before you knew it, you'd be deeply engrossed in your shoelaces.
Yes. Oh, that's awful, Jason. It's funny though, hell. Just hell. I've never heard a story like that. That's pretty cool. Talking about shoelaces, I went to the mailbox yesterday, I think. I usually don't go every day. I just, if I'm going in or out, I'll stop there in the truck. But I got out to the mailbox and the neighbor waved at me, and I always hate when he comes over because he's nosy and wants to know, what's going on and all this and that. But I waved at him and just kept walking. And when I got back in, I sat down and was, going through my mail, and I just happened to notice my feet, and I had on two different pair of shoes. They were both similar. They're just, like clogs, slip-on, flip-floppy things. And they were both blue, so it was an honest mistake. But I could imagine if he had seen that. This guy has a lawn like a golf course. He's so OCD.
Oh my God, when I was working in the wintertime, I get cold, so I always put on like a pair of tights underneath my pants because I had to wear like black slacks, So I'd put on tights underneath to keep my legs warmer. And one day I got to work just on time, and first thing I do, I park my truck, and I climb out of the truck, and I straighten up my pants because they get bunched up while I'm driving. And then I go in. Well, I got to work, and I parked, and I climbed out of the truck, and I went to straighten up my pants, and I realized that I didn't have any on. I just had the tights on.
Oh my God.
So I got back in the truck, and I called my boss because I was relieving him. And I said, hey, I'm here, but I got to leave because I forgot something important. I'll be back in just a little bit. I got to go home real quick. I didn't tell him that the thing that I forgot that was important was my pants.
I see women wearing tights, though, without pants.
Yeah, but not me. I'm not going to wear tights without pants. There, I told an embarrassing story about myself. It must be getting too late. I should end the stream or something.
That's the best one tonight, I think. I'm still trying to picture that cat, Jason. That's ooh. Oh, Sheila is Wyoming Adventures, and Jason is Redfish Bluefish.
Yep.
And I'm Bob, Kaler's Aquatics. Pam is Punchie. Somebody said we shouldn't say our names on the stream because if somebody new was in, and I see that, but I like to be called by my name. When somebody calls me Kaler's, it kind of throws me off. I'm like, who are they talking
to? Yeah, right, Jason.
Oh, that was a bad high, Fishy Fun. I don't know who a little fish in the kitchen is, and I don't have to know. I'm just trying to look and see who I know and who I don't. And Fishy Fun, I don't know your name. I did, but I don't. I think you told me once. I kind of pride myself when I can remember somebody's name. It is getting late. It's 3:00 here.
Oh my God, we should probably go ahead and end it, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to take my dogs out one more time and sleep from 4 to...
Okay,
10.
well, good night, everybody, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Pam, for letting me come up. I always enjoy it.
Thanks for hanging out with me.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.